Alright, I think we are live. How's everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing well. Today we are going to be reading Cronhill's chapter. Now, we haven't finished Gakuen chapter 1. I've been recording the stages, but I haven't gotten very far. I haven't played much. But if we go over here, this is actually doesn't really tell you. Well, I've done like 1 or 2 tasks, and I've done this one as well. So, still got quite a lot to do. But yeah, I'm probably going to be stopping for now, though, because I'm kind of bored of the tasks, especially some of them are kind of filler. And I really want to do this one. So this event came out like nearly a week ago, I think. And this happens after chapter 1, but it doesn't really have chapter 1 spoilers, so like we're fine to do this. I mean, I've already finished chapter 1. It's more like for the people watching. Because, well, we're doing this for chapter 1. Again, if you want to play this, the way I'm doing it is basically I have the game on GP. You can have the English patch or GP, it doesn't matter, but this won't be translated because, well, it's a new story that hasn't been on Old Global or fan translated. And you'll have interpreter on the side, preferably on phone. I don't know why it is, but at least for me, the phone translation, machine translation, is usually better than the one on PC. No idea why. Or alternatively, you could just take a screenshot and use Google Image Translate. Do not use Yandex. Yandex is quite bad, honestly. I mean, it's kind of useful for like single country translations, but aside from that, it's typically bad. So yeah, that's how we're gonna be doing this. Again, I will be reading through the machine translation of GP. Also, I have done quite a few tasks here because you can replay the story. I've done some of these. I think we should do this within the next week, but if not, I'm probably gonna just play the rest of the stages, get the rewards, and we can always replay this. But I'm pretty sure we're gonna be doing this within the next week, so I should be fine with the rewards. So yeah, let's get started. It's a really good chapter, honestly. I really like it. We're gonna go with Femirines. Yes, I kind of wanna change the outfit though, and I'm not going with meta. Let's see what looks cool on her. I'm going something with like, you know what, just for this area. Actually, I wonder if there's something like red and dark. That's my idea. We're going with fashion over meta, I guess. Actually, I think that might be the best one. Wait. This wing over here. Alright, whatever. It doesn't matter. I hope we don't die. I mean, we shouldn't die, right? You know what? Yeah, let's just go with you know what? Screw this. It's a basic stage, so it's very easy. Imagine we die. Okay, let's go though. And by the way, just a warning. Don't worry, you will be confused first, but it's all gonna explain later in the chapter. Anyways, let's get started. Red. This is the red world and the dark sky. Bright silver liquid covered the ground. This world seems to have always been like this. Girl, the name here. This red world. The sky. Boy. They're not saying who they are, but they will eventually. Be careful not to get discovered. Discovered? By who? Just so you know, yeah, I'm not gonna say the names all over again, but it's this one's over here. Let me just say, does it say the monster here as well? I'm gonna be sometimes checking the GP translation just out of curiosity. It does. Okay, to a monster. The monster? The monster. Pretty sure this says tribe here, but let me check the GP one. It says family member. It's probably it says tribe on CN. It wouldn't make sense to be family member too. I'm guessing that's like a GP thing. Well, it's tribe basically. The monster. They are the red soil, born in the red soil. His body is connected with the red earth. But if that's the case, do we have to hide here forever? This is the will of the Creator. This is also our destiny. Destiny. The girl wanted to say something, but suddenly the world shook. There was a small hole in the sky at that moment. The silvery liquid seemed to be attracted by something and suddenly spread far away. This is a rare respite. However, the girl's figure came to a standstill at this moment. What are you doing? Go quickly, only at this time can we find food. Once you miss this opportunity, others will not even leave you the leftovers, and it will come back soon. I know everything you said, but... The girl stared at it infatuatedly. A corner of the red sky was lifted up, and a faint light was visible through it. That sky is so beautiful. Boy, let's go.
次の攻撃に備えてください。ディフェンスモードに移行します。フェミリス佳境に入ります。
Beam of Annihilation. I love that turret. It's honestly my favorite weapon.
フェミリス佳境に入ります。フェミリスは絶対に負けません。前方より多数の敵が出現。話してよ。ひどいな。もう。
Hey, I think you had to actually blow this two up, yeah.
ひどいな。もう。レッツラック。ひどいな。もう。
The young boy took the girl and snatched a little food from the tribesmen. After swallowing it all, they finally regained some vitality. Quick response, fast action. This is the gift bestowed by the gods when they transform the tribe members. However, this gift is now only used to compete for food. How sad. The silver liquid has gathered again on the red soil. We almost missed the opportunity. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? We only have a short window of time to get energy each time. If we miss that window, we will hardly get any food. In this land, life fades away very quickly. I know. Thank you for helping me every time. Now that you know this, you should cherish your life more. If we are not careful, we will not be able to survive, and if we lose food, it will be an ending even crueler than death. I understand, but... Just as the boy and girl were talking, there was a sudden commotion among the tribesmen. Some tribesmen who failed to grab food began to bite their own kind fiercely. Yeah, by the way, this chapter is gonna be kind of messed up in quite a lot of parts, by the way, so big warning. They let out a series of low growls. Roar, well, basically, you know, like a monster would. I'll eat you. Give it to me. The fierce battle expanded outwardly, and the battle circle spread towards their side, just when the girl was about to be involved. Let's go away. The young boy pulled the girl and quickly escaped from the chaotic tribesmen and hid behind another red hill, where they hid and watched a cruel and bloody battlefield of their own people. That's what happens when there's not enough energy supplied. Losing consciousness, losing oneself, becoming an unconscious monster that only knows how to bite everything. On this red earth, that is the most tragic, or perhaps the happiest ending. At least we wouldn't have to worry about survival in the future like we do. The girl remained silent and watched the tragic battle over there quietly with the boy. The silver liquid on the outer red soil seemed to notice the situation here and slowly moved over. After a while, the red earth returned to calmness. The young girl and the young boy returned to their tribesmen, whose number had dwindled significantly. They looked at the mutilated bodies left behind by the other members of the tribe in silence. Wait, let me check if I'm on the right line, because I feel like I might have skipped a bit too many. Yeah, I'm one ahead. The tribesmen have already started the sacrifice. Okay, this is the one I'm on. They commemorate the dead members of the tribe, and more importantly, they worship the gods who created all of this, hoping that he can bestow blessings and have mercy on this red land. We pray for a moment of silence for the world. God has given me grace. The light is faint. I'll dedicate myself. Amidst the sad sacrificial ceremony, the girl looked at the boy. Are we destined to live our lives in such a world? This is the destiny God has given us. It's also the ending he has written for us. But I just saw a corner of the world behind that sky. The world outside is so dazzling and bright that it's hard to open your eyes. If it's possible, I'd like to go there and have a look. The girl said softly. The boy was silent for a long time. After the tribe's sacrificial ceremonies were over, he stared at the girl and made up his mind. I will definitely help you realize your wish. The boy's eyes sparkled with silver light. Before I run out of energy and collapse. Okay. I'm not gonna say anything, but this chapter is gonna be depressing. Not yet, at least. Alright. Nagazora City. The headquarters of the... Wait, let me see if GP says something else, because there's a CN name there. Purification Committee, yeah. Anti-Yonkai, okay. Headquarters of the Hentai-Yonkai Division 2 of the Nagazora City Purification Committee. Wait, what's this sound? Oh, it's... I think it's the Femirine's animation sound. It's actually playing in the background because we're technically in the stage. That's funny. People in white shirts and grey uniforms were discussing fiercely in the conference room, banging on the table. On the desk, there were scattered photos and documents. The people in the photo were corpses with miserable deaths. Since a month ago, more than a dozen people have been killed by this murderer in Nagazora City. Large areas of the body were... Oh, by the way, if... It's gonna get messy, just saying, if you don't feel comfortable with descriptive words, this might not be for you, so warning was given. Large areas of the body were cut, and many body tissues were lost, and even the entire head was separated. There were also traces of Honkai energy released at the scene. This shows that the murderer was a user of Honkai energy. There is no relevant data on this kind of energy, Honkai energy in our database. I forgot to say, this is Police Officer A, so there's gonna be several letters here. So, this can only mean that there must be a powerful force behind this murderer. He is here to provoke our Purification Committee. He wants to use this horrific murder to arouse the fear and dissatisfaction of the citizens, so as to shake our position and even affect the stability of the entire Nagazara City. This is a political case. Banging on the table. Wait! I don't think there was any political intention involved. If the murderer wanted to create an atmosphere of terror, he wouldn't have to go to such lengths to cut open the head. Wouldn't it be better for him to just take the head away and throw it away, then leave a trace on the body that could prove the serial crimes? In this case, a murderer of this serial murder case must have a reason not to take the head away and need to cut it open on the spot. The answer is, he has a mental illness and is a psychopath who can only get excited by watching human brains flow out. It's gonna get more ridiculous. Banging on the table multiple times. Don't make jokes. Don't blame everything on psychopaths. As member of the Purification Committee, how can we attribute everything to such a simple motive? In my opinion, the important thing in this case is not the criminal, but the deceased. I've already investigated. The names of the dozens of so dead this time are Falia, Anders, Stephen, Naue. Did you notice that the last letter of each dead person's name is the first letter of the next dead person's name? So there's only one reason. This is a murderer's killing ritual. He wants to form a chain of letters through the name of the deceased, so the identity of the murdered can be revealed by reversely calculating the name sequence of this ritual. So the first letter of the name should be... This is getting absurd. Banging on the table. What nonsense are you talking about? Take a closer look at the names of the deceased you collected. There are middle names, Christian names, nicknames, and even the nickname Slug that his friend used to call him when he was a child. The real of the identity of the murderer is actually called... it says Skynet in CN. Let me see what it says in GP. Crybaby? Okay, that's a bit different. You can even find out the deceased's childhood relationships. It's too outrageous that you'd shoot the arrow first and then draw the target. I mean, there is only one truth. In the noisy meeting room, the police officers were glaring at each other, their faces flushed, and the atmosphere in this narrow room heated up to the extreme. Officer Wang watched coldly, sighing inwardly. Well, it's like this again. Ever since the first body of the 7th of... sorry, I'll read that the other way around. 21st of July, serial murder case was discovered. There have been endless arguments like this in every case meeting. Thinking of this, Officer Wang wanted to slap the table hard to wake everyone up and show them the way forward. But I really don't have any good ideas. Officer Wang felt helpless. She's one of the captains of the Purification Committee, and a user of stigmata known as this. It says Sword of Dusk and Dawn, but actually, let me check what it says in GP. It's like a Sword of Light. Twilight Sword, okay. Isn't Twilight like something related to Dusk and Dawn as well? Hold up. A soft glowing light from the sky when the sun is below the horizon. So technically, it could be... Is Twilight like both Dusk and Dawn, or is it only one of them? Full night, sunrise are between sunset and full night. So yeah, it is both sunrise and sunset. Dusk and Dawn. The so-called Dusk Dawn Sword, or Twilight Sword, is because Officer Wang dares to go on duty even late at night. Those who walk at night will feel at ease once they see the faint light of the 4 swords, which, if you didn't notice by her design, she actually has 4 swords. One of them here, and then there's 3 others. Behind Officer Wang. Even if there were any gang conflicts, or even fights between stigmata users, Officer Wang was able to suppress them one by one with a long sword behind her. Over time, she earned the nickname the Sword of Dusk and Dawn, or I suppose we can... It's gonna say Twilight Sword in GP, right? I might honestly go with Twilight Sword, because it's shorter, and, well, Dusk and Dawn are Twilight. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with Twilight. The Twilight Sword. However, when Officer Wang moved away from the direct battle and entered into the intricate case discussion phase, she always felt powerless. And every time... I feel like I'm not aligned with what's going on. Hold up. Oh, never mind. The and or moreover is actually on literally a single line. So that's I thought it was a same line. Every time she's involved in a case, various accidents will inevitably occur, causing the situation to develop in an unexpected direction. Just like now. His Purification Committee members inexplicably had a flash of inspiration and came up with all sorts of self-proclaimed brilliant reasoning, but every one of them left Officer Wang speechless. In a bad way, honestly. Well... Turning her eyes to the side, there was a girl who was extremely rare in the conference room at that moment. She did not speak out her reasoning at length like the others, but instead remained silent like Officer Wang. The girl was not wearing the Purification Committee member uniform like other Purification Committee members, but the school uniform of Post-Gakuen. She is Cronhill. Another thing about the names, I'm pretty sure I heard Cronhill before from someone, but not 100% sure. Either Cronhill or Cromhill, I forgot which one it was, but I think it was Cronhill, so that's probably accurate. But later on, there will be a character's name that I'm not sure what it is between the two names, so I'll say it when we're there. But keep in mind that name could be inaccurate, so yeah. Probably not this one, but the one that's gonna be up next. She is Cronhill, an intern in Gakwen's anti-Onkai Division 2 of the Purification Committee. Oh right, I had read that wrong. She's interning in Gakwen's in the anti-Onkai Division of the Purification Committee. She said Onkai Gakuen intern. I think that, yeah, that was kind of messed up, the translation here. But yeah, I think you got the point. She's from Onkai Gakuen and she's interning here. Even though Onkai Gakuen has been open for a while, Cronhill is still on the Purification Committee. She was staring at the photo on the table, wondering what she was thinking. Cronhill? I really like her design, by the way. You can see like the very basic academy uniform that you even see on NPCs, but there's this badges on it as well. And their hair, while it looks relatively normal, the hairstyle is kind of different from the others. And then there's the wing up here, like the little wing kind of near here. Is that an earring? I don't know. But I also really like her design. Huh? The girl was like a young girl wanted. This is a comparison, by the way, not an actual thing she was doing. Wanted to send a love letter to the boy she liked, but was shocked when the envelope was discovered before she put it into the boy's drawer. Why are they making this comparison? Are you tired? How about I ask the Buria to send a card to take you back to the school? Officer Wang, you misunderstood. I'm not sleepy or tired. I'm just thinking about how to approach this case. So that's how it is. But Cronhill, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We're now attending classes and doing internship at the same time. We have just joined this task force. My useless team members have spent several months and still have nothing to show for it. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. Boss, how can you say that about us? I mean, you were being kinda useless, honestly. Even though we're not Stigmata users, when we're together, we possess incredible wisdom that cannot be matched by Stigmata users. That's right, boss. You are the one who discovered us. Would it be a slap in our faces to say that we are useless? And I haven't found nothing in the past few months. I visited residents near the crime scene and they all said they heard a strange humming sound, like some kind of mechanical device. I also got some rumors. It is said that someone saw a woman with a slit mouth at midnight in Nagazora City recently. She had two very deep wounds on both sides of her cheeks, which looked very scary. And also Shut up! Officer Wang slammed the table, her eyes wide open, and the police officers lowered their head involuntarily like lambs being stared at by a powerful carnivore. She got a presence. I say, do you still have awareness of being a Purification Committee member? If I didn't stop you, would the truth of this case develop towards various themes such as time travel, fairy tales, magic, horror, and Cthulhu? Since you like to make wild guesses so much, why don't you write novels or become a screenwriter for game plots? Totally not one right now. Alright, this meeting has been going on for almost a few hours. Those who should go home should go home. Those who should be on duty should be on duty. And those who should go out to continue investigating should continue investigating with me. By the way, Cronhill, I remember you should have class tomorrow. You have worked hard today. Go back to school soon. Patting Cronhill on the shoulder, Officer Wang signaled that she could leave. After Cronhill, most of the other police officers also stood up and left the meeting room in dismay. Hey, let me check something. Okay, we can keep going. When she was left alone, Officer Wang opened the notebook on her desk and turned to the last few pages. "27th meeting on the 21st of July, serial murder case." Then, just below this title, she wrote a line of words in a handwriting that had been repeated dozens of times and was already slightly angry. No effective direction was found in this meeting. So yeah, you can kind of see the plot. It's gonna be switching between the two things we just read. Alright, that was 1-1, right? Was that 1-1 or 1-2? I think it was 1-1-2. Let me check. I'm actually not sure if we just did 1-1 or 1-2. I think it was 1-2. Okay, I just wanted to be sure it's 1-2. Alright, let's go to 1-3 then. Okay. Wait, let me close a few things here that I have on my PC. Alright, we can keep going. Sometimes I think so. Is this something that has to be done? Do I have to cut open someone's neck, let the bright red blood spurt out of their veins, and watch his or her eyes go from bright to lifeless? Every time I kill someone, such thoughts come to my mind. However, every time, I took action without hesitation. Perhaps an ending like this was already decided from the beginning. Many years ago, when we had to sacrifice the lives of others in order to survive, and for certain things, some things were destined, right? Now that things have come to this, it is irreversible. While thinking, why do I do this? I killed without hesitation. At the same time, I felt that I was just trying to put on an hypocritical cloak by thinking this way. Finally, I analyzed rationally. Even if I feel that I want to wear a cloak of hypocrisy, the ruthless exposure of my inner self is actually just exposing myself in this way, so that I can have a sense of repentance and redemption. However... Wait, I think I'm quite a bit behind. Let me check. On the game, that is. Alright, never mind. I'm not behind. It just wrote it differently. CN machine translation. It says, however, isn't that last bit of rational analysis also a way to make yourself feel at ease? And in GP, it says, in the end, these objective analysis are a result of just another way to calm your mind. It doesn't have the... in CN, it doesn't have all these dots. I forgot what they're called in English. Like, I legit forgot. My bad. But yeah, in CN, it doesn't have this. But it's the same. Okay, I thought I was on the wrong line because of that. Let's keep going. The murderer was laughing in the dark. Hold up. The culprit, okay. That's what it says here. The culprit was laughing in the dark alley. Her laughter mixed with sobs. At this moment, the culprit felt despicable for her cruelty, but also felt comforted by it. Facing the corpse with his throat cut, the prisoner took off, the culprit, this is a machine translation error, took off her covering and stretched out her hands. Then a silver light was reflected in the lifeless pupils of the corpse. The corpse was not speaking. There is no doubt that corpses cannot speak. However, the miserable corpse in front of her opened its mouth slightly, as if telling something. A sharp wound is meant to be cut, and has a distinct and cold sense of sharpness. However, behind those wounds was the inside of a body that was in a mess, as if someone was trying to find something inside. It's like, to the murderer who killed this man, his death was just a trivial matter. What the murderer really wants is something behind the scenes. What is it then? I couldn't help but think so. However, before thinking, the body has already begun to move involuntarily. She squatted beside the corpse, stretched out her fingers, and pressed them on the cut between the chest and abdomen. That is... A familiar feeling came over me. The results transmitted by small Ankai energy detector disguised as a jade pendant tied to the folding fan were indeed consistent with the feeling. It's a trace of Ankai energy. However, this trace is not within the known range, and sounds of footsteps came in the next moment. Don't worry, this isn't her. Do not move! Squat down, police purification committee. Squat down immediately and raise your hands. Don't act suspiciously. Face over here right now. This is really... It's a bad year. Yeah, that was kind of suspicious, but... You know, someone could have been there earlier, so just saying. She wouldn't do this, right? That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, no. Purification Committee. Wait, oh yeah, this is the part that isn't in the interpreter. Okay, we're gonna have to do this screenshot by screenshot. For some reason, this is not in the interpreter, which is, again, besides the cutscenes in game that in Gakuen arc that are no longer on the interpreter, sometimes this thing happens. So that's why I recommend always playing it in game. At least for Gakuen arc. For Reborn, you're kind of fine. Like Reborn 13 to 15, you do miss out on a few like gaming experiences, but the dialogues at least are there. Even though in R15 the order is kind of messed up because there's some things that you don't have to do in order. But before that, before Reborn 13, like everything is fine. You can read on the interpreter. From Reborn 13 to 15, like you can read on the interpreter, but if you can read it in game, I personally would advise doing that. On Gakuen arc though, like seriously, you gotta read in game. Like you can read on the interpreter, but you not only are you gonna miss out like a lot of the experience, like the personal like experience, like all these cutscenes and stuff, you miss out on some story because some stuff isn't on the interpreter. Mostly just the dialogues that appear on the characters on screen. Not this one. This is just like a uncommon occurrence that happened to not be in the interpreter for some reason. Maybe it was just a mistake. But yeah, so personally would advise at least reading in game and then having the interpreter on the side. Police Officer Wang quickly arrived at the hall of the Purification Committee. Anti-Yonkai office. As a member of the committee, he was immediately recognized as a newcomer. Saluted Police Officer Wang with an irritated look on their face. Purification Committee. I'll report this to the captain. The suspect was taken into custody and at the murder scene, but she denies the charges and shows no signs of remorse. Even after she was taken there, she said that she was a teacher at Post-Gakuen and was carrying out a secret mission. So we couldn't even inquire about her identity. Okay, wait, let me... It's not translating it. Check Yandex. I see. Please lead me to the suspect. Yes, here it is. Officer Wang, led by the young Purification Committee member, walked to the back hall of the police station. Be honest. I'm trying to be quiet, though. Don't look around. Pay attention to your current identity. A suspect. Alas, young people are just hot-tempered. The voice coming from the back hall of the police station instantly confirmed to Officer Wang that this was the person she was looking for. So she suspected that it would already be her. So she immediately quickened her pace. Teacher Wu! Zhao Wang, you're finally here! Officer Wang, this woman. I know her. She is indeed a teacher at Post-Gakuen, and I can guarantee that she has nothing to do with this case. Let me handle the next thing. Yes. Same thing. The Purification Committee members quickly left the back hall of the police station, leaving only Wu Jingfei and the Officer Wang at the scene. Is there, is it miss? When you say sir in, like a female term for sir, is it miss? Because that's one thing I have to watch out for. It's the machine translation doesn't really sometimes differentiate genders. And it says yes, sir, but I'm pretty sure it's not sir. Is it miss? Hold up. Yeah, it is Miss. Okay, so I should probably say that. You were saying yes, sir, earlier, but it was yes, Miss, technically. Alright, back to what we were doing. Yes, Miss. Xiao Wang, you are so powerful now. Oh, that's just the name within the organization. Sister Fei will always be my Sister Fei. Officer Wang rushed to Wu Jingfei's side and snuggled up to her. Wu Jingfei was unable to reach out to embrace her and only raised her hand to indicate where her wrist was. Xiao Wang, please remove the handcuffs from me first. If my hands are handcuffed, I can't hug you. It's... Oh, this too. It's okay. Sister Fei, who can't move, can be used for forced play, which is also quite fun. Haha, just kidding. They're really pushing this ship though. In GP it says, machine translation that it is. There's nothing wrong with that, right? It would be interesting to play restraint against a senior who can't move. Oh no, I'm just kidding. Okay. The handcuffs and the like can be removed at any time. Sister Fei, I'm curious about something. You asked me to come to help you out, saying that there is a secret mission for Post-Gakuen. What would that be? Secret mission? Oh, you mean that. That means an excuse. Excuse? Well, there was supposed to be a teacher's meeting at the academy today, but I hate this kind of boring meeting the most. So I cancelled it on the grounds of feeling unwell and secretly went to the coffee shop on the road to drink black tea. You would do that. But while drinking the black tea, I suddenly felt the fluctuations of Onkai energy erupting nearby. So I rushed to the target location and found a broken corpse there. After being caught by those purification committee members and brought to the police station, although I could tell them directly, they would definitely report it to the academy and seek feedback. However, if they did that, Irma and the Dean of Academic Affairs above me would know that I went to the cafeteria even though I was not feeling well. My performance figures for this month would definitely not look good. So I just told a small lie and asked him to come over. Look, if I Wu Jing's face laugher became smaller and smaller. That's the kind of laugh that like, yeah, this happened, right? I didn't want to do that, and yeah. The expression of Officer Wang's face became more and more helpless. So that's how it is. If some... Oh wait, there it is. So that's how it is. If someone else did this kind of thing, I would definitely regard that person as a social parasite, human scum, and a bastard who wastes police resources. Well, but since it's Sister Fei, there's no problem. Ooh. Because Sister Fei is the senior whom I admired the most and loved the most. They're definitely not pushing this ship. I said this in chapter 1 that if I had to make I'm not usually a shipper, but if I had to ship someone with Wang, it would definitely be Wu. Well, this is why. It's gonna be more. Last time it was because Sister Fei's advice that I was able to find a new idea to solve the robbery case. So I believe that Sister Fei must have deeper considerations when doing things. She's totally not lazy or anything. Thank you. But, Sister Fei, although I trust you very much, you're still in the state of a suspect. Officer Wang inserted the key into the keel of the handcuffs and slowly turned it. Since Sister Fei doesn't want to inform the academy, I can't help Sister Fei clear her suspicion through a reply letter from Post-Gakuen. Releasing suspects privately is not allowed. Therefore, if we want to release Sister Fei, some necessary measures have to be, cannot be cancelled. Oh god. You mean... So the handcuffs cannot be taken off for the time being. Click. Of the handcuffs, that is. Wu Jingfei looked at the place where her handcuffs were connected and widened her eyes slightly. This is... Don't worry, Sister Fei. Although the handcuffs can't be taken off, it's no problem to handcuff us together. No, that was absolutely unnecessary. Let's be real. She did not have to do that. She did that on... Oh my god. Wait, I accidentally skipped that. Of course. This is also to prove your innocence. Yeah, sure. You'd have to do... As you said, you were thinking about me, but it's just what you wanted to do, right? Yeah, for sure. She did not have to do that. But if Sister Faye can help me solve this case, the handcuffs can be taken off as soon as possible. Xiao Wang, society really trains people. You've grown a lot in the past few years. I just want to help Sister Faye get out of the purification committee with a clear conscience. Seems that I have no choice but to take part in solving this case. Never mind, I'm quite interested in this case anyways. Next, you should tell me the details of this case. She's both cute and hateful, my junior. I'm assuming they did know each other since childhood, so they probably started in the same school. Most likely. We know they've known each other by the way they talk to each other, but I don't think we have any information on their actual, like, where were they born? Like, is it in Nagazora? Because, I mean, they're quite older, so, yeah. It might not have been in Nagazora. I'm kind of curious. I hope we get more information on them eventually. Especially Wu. They're keeping mystery about her on purpose. I'm not going to say what it is, in case y'all haven't read it, but there's something in chapter 1 that's kind of interesting about her story, but they don't go into too much details. So it's kind of a mystery at the moment, but yeah. I do have a theory, but there's not really a lot of evidence. There's not a lot to go by. The serial murder case is called the 21st of July serial murder case because the first body was reported on the morning of the 21st of July. That morning, the Quanshou Road branch of the Purification Committee received a panicked call from a citizen reporting a crime. A urgently dispatched personnel found the body of a male deceased in an alley on Quanshou Road. The person who reported the case was a cleaning lady, who was later found to not be a suspect and whose testimony was credible. According to her description, she had found the body at the entrance of an alley that morning. After on-site investigation and forensic identification, it was determined that the body died between 3 and 4 in the morning, and the cause of death was a sharp wound to the neck. But after the victim's death, the murderer chopped up the victim's body and dismembered it in a very short time at the scene, and broke the victim's head, making the victim's body look very miserable. Until now, the murderer's motive is still unknown. Moreover, in the months after July 21st, citizens in Nagazora City reported cases one after another. We found many more bodies, with similar causes of death, so we handled the cases together. Up to now, including the body you saw today, there have been 14 victims of the serial murder case. There may be victims that we have not yet discovered. On the way back to Antiankai Section 2, Officer Wang spoke to Wu Jingfei with a frown. Their bodies were pressed very closely together, yet they got handcuffs tying them together, with a coat covering their middle. But just under the coat there was a pair of handcuffs that handcuffed their left and right hands together. Little Wang. After Wu Jingfei pondered for a while, she spoke softly. This case is indeed a difficult one, and I have seen a dead body in person, but why are you standing so close to me? Huh? Officer Wang looked at Wu Jingfei, then looked at herself. Turned out that her entire body was clinging to Wu Jingfei like a koala. Then she opened her mouth as if waking from a dream. Look at how she's blushing. Sister Faye, this is always the case when I talk about cases. It's easy to get involved if you're not careful. She got distracted and casually, just got closer to Wu. Absolutely normal subconscious behavior, right? Totally not someone who has a crush on someone else. The acting is too exaggerated. Concubine Wu Jingfei's side. Why does it say... Hold up. It says concubine sometimes in the translation, but I'm not sure what that word actually means. Let me look it up. I feel like I've heard that word before though. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is it. I don't think this might not be accurate because at least as far as I know she's not married, and well, we have the Wu and Wang situation. It says consort in GP. What does consort mean? A wife, husband, or companion. I guess it says the same thing, so it's probably accurate. I'll just say Wu Jingfei, but it might be accurate though. But we have zero info on that, so it also could be not accurate. We have no idea. Either way, it's not important because, well, we don't really... If it is accurate, we don't really have any information. Okay, Zhao Wang, let's get to the point. The serial murder case has caused you to investigate it for several months without any result. I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. Officer Wang reluctantly changed her position from sticking close to Wu Jingfei back to her original position, but soon became serious again. Since Sister Fei had just faced the body of the victim in this case not long ago, I'm sure you can feel it too, right? There were traces of Honkai energy explosion at the crime scene. In other words, the murderer is suspected to be a stigmata user. Have you heard about the recent serial murders in Agazora City? It seems the murderer is a stigmata user. I hacked into the Purification Committee's internal network. According to their investigation report, the murderer's Honkai energy characteristics are similar to metal or mechanical stigmata, but I can't find any matching stigmata data anywhere. By the way, this is a classmate, basically from students from Post-Gakuen. So just so you know, it's not in the current location. They switched to Post-Gakuen. Could it be a wild stigmata user? Hey, is this the point? Point is that this person hacked into the Purification Committee's network. This is a criminal act and will result in a loss of GPA. The noisy voices of the students echoed along the school road. Cronhill listened to their conversation in silence. July 21st serial murder case. Will even my classmates know about this case? If that happens, if it's not resolved quickly, it will probably attract the attention of the academy sooner or later. By that time, someone powerful in the academy might intervene. The director, or even the dean. In that case, I couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. Urgently, I want to nip the situation in the bud. Looking at the sky, Cronhill took a step forward. But at this moment... Ah! Short voice sounded beside me. At this moment, Cronhill belatedly felt a weak impact coming from her right shoulder. Someone bumped into her. Looking up, I saw a girl with long blue hair, and also looking here, the several books fell at her feet. Oh, I'm sorry. Cronhill quickly scattered down to pick up the books she had accidentally knocked down. Thanks. They don't appear much, but I do have a few appearances throughout the chapter. Arcaria, she has the school uniform. This is the first time we see her with the school uniform. We know they were gonna get those eventually, but we never really got like a cutscene of them like getting the uniforms, so this is basically the first appearance when she actually has the school uniforms already of Post-Gakuen. There was a hint of coldness in the girl's voice, but it was not directed at Cronhill in particular. It's as if she was always like this no matter who she was facing. While helping the girl pick up the books, Cronhill noticed her badge. Ah, are you the new student who just entered school this year? Yes, Senior Cronhill. You know me? I have some knowledge of some of the more outstanding students in my grade in the grades above me. Among them, Senior Cronhill is a noteworthy member of the... let me actually check GP for this. Yeah, it says sophomore as well. What exactly is that? A second year university. Oh, it's a second year, okay. High school student. That is a very specific term. Among the sophomores. So she entered year last year. With the overall score, she can be ranked among the top 5 in the second year, it says second year as well, yeah, tactics department, and an intern in the anti-onkai department, a core organization, second department, a core organization of the purification committee that is difficult to enter even for academy graduates. I heard that this year's students were very different from the moment they entered school, and they showed extraordinary talent in the increasingly difficult entrance exams. Seems that this rumor is true. Can meet talented people like you just walking on the street. Senior, you're too kind. I just like to study intelligence. Yeah, you do. Let me introduce... I skipped one line. That was the last line. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Arkaria. I'm a student of the new tactical department. Alright, back to now. Yes, Arkaria-chan. Cronhill had already picked up the books and handed them to Arkaria. However, she noticed from the corner of her eye that the covers of these books did not have titles such as Onkai Energy Warfare or Onkai Energy Coordination Manual that were suitable for the identity of a tactical science student. Instead, it had 7 big words: History of the Fall of the First Legion. So my junior likes history. However, nowadays, published books like this already have electronic versions, so why not read them online? Because paper materials are more reliable. Reliable? The same book, especially historical and political books, often have subtle differences between the electronic version and the physical version. These subtle differences usually contain certain information that the manipulator behind the scenes wants others to know, or that the manipulator wants others to not know. So I like to like many versions of a book. Those deleted things or newly added things are likely to reflect someone's intentions. She is very smart. For example, in the section The Sins of the First Legion, the book The History of the Fall of the First Legion lists the crimes committed by the First Legion. Launching wars, intending to destroy, conducting human experiments. Hey, let me check where I am on in-game. Okay. Moreover, it also records in detail that members of the First Legion had conducted an experiment called Crimson Limit near the border of the Southern Legion. In the experimental area called Crimson Zone, they attempted to create powerful and painless Onkai warriors through cruel human experiments. However, the electronic version of this record is vague about the relevant time of this incident. Only in the paper version is the timing of the events of the Crimson Limit preserved. Therefore, after comparing the electronic and paper versions of the History of the Fall of the First Legion, I found some clues. Senior Cronhill, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? I'm fine. Maybe I'm just too tired lately. What is the clue you just mentioned? Oh, I can't say it's a clue. I can only say it's some suspicion. According to the paper records of History of the First Legion's Fall of the First Legion, this experimental area was conquered and occupied by Southern Allied forces in the summer of the 42nd year of the Legion era. But as early as the 40th year of the Legion era, the First Legion had already perished. Although under the banner of the remnants of the First Legion, the main experimental subjects in this experimental area would actually be the supporters of the upper middle level of the First Legion, which is contrary to common sense. These conflicting historical details couldn't help but make me have some associations. They're just associations. Basically, if the First Legion fell, well, for the most part, in the 40th year of the Legion era, why would they supposedly be occupied during the 42nd year? It doesn't make much sense, right? A very interesting idea. However, I'm not good at history. I don't know much about these. She's going. Yeah. But sus. As she watched her gradually receding... Sorry, I skipped the line accidentally. Cronhill shook her head and left in the opposite direction of Arkaria. As she watched her gradually receding figure, a glimmer of light flashed in Arkaria's pupils. I wonder if she is like that. Arkaria whispered into the sky as if she was talking to herself, or as if she was talking to someone. standard dormitory in Post-Gakuen. Cronhill returned to the room with heavy steps. As soon as she got back to the room, she laid down immediately. But it wasn't exhaustion, but pain. The scene of the conversation with our Kriya just now came to mind. A layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. It made her shudder. The crimson limit. The crimson zone. These again. Distant memories are awakening bit by bit. That was the memory she least wanted to remember. Cronhill raised her hand and placed her gloved palm in front of herself, staring at it as if she was looking through a thin layer of black velvet. Then slowly took it off. The moment the silver light jumped into her eyes, the memory became clearer than ever before. I think it's starting to become clear, at least, well, I already read the story, but it should become clear to try to connect things. You should be able to connect things, and if you don't, well, don't worry, you will soon enough. I'm kinda hungry, I might need to get food. I think I'm gonna go get some food, and then we'll continue. So, yeah, sorry. Won't take long, like 15 minutes probably. And I'll be back afterwards with more. But yeah, honestly, it's one of my favorite stories. It's not top 5, but I would say top 10 maybe. Like GGZ stories, not top 10 like all game stories, because probably it would be like on top 15 or 20. I'd say like the first one is Global Connection, like 100%. Second one probably R15. Chapter 2 might be close to top 10 or even top 10. I would say like it's around like the 7th or 8th favorite story, just from my mind. I don't really have a list. I haven't made a list of it, so I'm not sure. But while it's not the best story, well, it's kind of short too. It's honestly, at least in my opinion, really good. Then again, could be just me being attached to this character. Even though she didn't have much story, I really hope she appears in future stories as well. But yeah, I personally really like it, and it's gonna make sense eventually, all these different points, and it's great, honestly. Anyways, I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back in like 15 minutes probably, so I'll see y'all soon. Alright, I am back. Wait, let me get into GGC. Hello there, Maria Shariak. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I saw your comment earlier. I took a break for food, so the last 15 minutes or so, I was away. We did like around an hour of story, and we're gonna continue for... I wanted to do until the stage I was on. So that is, we're doing what? I think it's 1-4 now. I believe this one. So that is the plan for today. So probably like around like 40 minutes, 30 minutes. I have no idea how long it's gonna take. But yeah, that is the plan, and then we'll do the next one in the next part. Because if I stopped here, it would be a bit of a cliffhanger. I mean, it already kind of be, but yeah. And so to avoid that, we'll do all of this, including this probably 6 stages that are here on the next stream, which is definitely next week, as in like within the next 7 days. But I might actually do it earlier. I don't know. I'm probably gonna be finishing this though before I actually continue Gakuen chapter 1, so it could be within the next 3 or 4 days, or maybe even tomorrow. Probably not tomorrow though. I'm considering whether I miss work or not. It's kind of a bad idea though, because they might get suspicious. But if I find an excuse to miss out on work, because I kind of wanted to do other things as well, like unrelating to GGZ, so I'm kind of considering it. But yeah, I don't know. So within the next 3 or 4 days probably. But yeah, all right. I think we were on 1-4. Sorry I'm late for the stream. No worries. You can always check back after the stream if you want. But yeah, sorry, we did start like around an hour ago, so I did miss a bit. But the VOD will be up afterwards. Either way, I hope you're doing well. Alright, make sure everything ready. I can close this up, and make sure the microphone isn't... Yeah, it's fine, okay. Alright, everything's good to go. I think we were on 1-4, but let me check, because I'm not sure which stage we were on. Also, yeah, I needed the GC interpreter here. Hold on, I don't have it open. Actually, I have it open on the other tab. Okay, there it is. Is it gonna refresh the page? It is. Let me find where I was. Alright, I think I found it. There we go. Translate page. Okay. Alright, let's go back. I think it's 1-4, but I need to check. Yeah, it's 1-4. All right. Oh yeah, for context, there's a character named Cronhill, and yeah, this is, they said last time it was her memory, so this is her memory. I'm not gonna say earlier because that would be trying to explain an hour and summarizing it. I'm kind of bad at summarizing, to be honest. But yeah, this is their memory. Alright, let's go. It is still that red world. The boy and girl stared at the metallic liquid covering the red soil in the distance. The metallic liquid seemed to have self-awareness and were wriggling on the ground. Like a guard, but also like a prisoner like them. Again, girl. So this is... In this red world, no matter what kind of life it is, it's so painful. I really want to leave. I want to escape from here. Boy, there will be a chance. However, it must be very difficult. After all, this is a world created by God. If God doesn't allow it, no one can leave. I will help you. Rustle sounds. Series of sudden vibrations interrupted the conversation between the boy and the girl. Other tribesmen also felt the vibration, and they all looked up at the sky that was the source of the vibration. Behind the shaking curtain, little by little the red sky faded away, and the light, so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes, came in. Tribe. Food? It's crazy that is the first thing they think about. Is this more food going to be delivered? Amid the discussion of surprise and joy, a hazy voice that seemed to cover the entire earth rang out from the sky. The silvery white metallic liquid spread into the distance. The tribesmen greedily rushed forwards towards new food. Food, I'll give it to you. It's in quotation, so it's a voice. A chaotic and unclear sound came from the sky. Great God, thank you for your mercy. The tribesmen feasted on the food and expressed their joy and excitement to the gods. The young boy and girl were not left behind and followed behind the other tribesmen, seemingly eating like crazy but communicating with each other in secret. The god appears again. Again, this is the girl and the other one. It's just the last symbol that differs as the boy. What's wrong? I have a strange feeling. The god's voice sounded weaker than before. So it seems like it's suppressing some emotion. You mean perhaps our chance will soon come, the chance to escape from here. Okay, let me screenshot this. Be careful and don't get noticed. Oh yeah, I remember this. How do I get past here? Ouch. You can actually fail this stage, by the way, if you get hit 10 times. I failed it before, so let's be careful. Alright. I love February's victory screen. Alright, 1-5. Oh yeah, this is, I think this, yeah, this is a stage that doesn't have a story for some reason, aside from this one dialogue. Not sure why they did it this way. Or did they have a story at the end? I don't remember. You might not be able to escape from here unless you defeat the large enemy. It's literally like no story in this stage, I think. Ouch, we got hit once. I think this is the actual one you can fail. The other one is pretty easy. You got hit 3 times. There's 2 at the end that's unavoidable, so if we get hit 8 times, we lose. Then we gotta start over. As long as I don't get careless, it should be fine. Ouch, 6. Oh my god, I want to go up, damn it. Okay. Okay, we're fine. Oh no, it does have story, it's just at the end, okay. Consciousness awakens from hazy memories. Huh. Did I fall asleep accidentally? A lot of sweat. I actually dreamed about the past. A nightmare. Cronhill examined their hands. After putting on the gloves again, the silver light was completely wrapped up inside. And all others could see was a pair of slender and flexible hands. But... Ding ding ding. The vibration of her cell phone interrupted Cronhill's thoughts. She was slightly stunned when she saw the name of the other party in the communication request. Hello? Officer Wang. July 21st serial murder case. Found an off-site consultant? Is she a teacher at the academy? Alright, let's go. It's Wu. As we saw earlier. Just that they haven't met yet. I love Cronhill's design. Same. Also, her Chibi's design's about to appear. I also really like the Chibi. I kind of want her to be playable. Let her just appear in the screen. The gate of anti-Yonkai 2 section of the Nagazara Purification Committee. Yeah, okay, about her design. It's kind of similar to like the average academy uniform, but there is something here. I don't know if this is a second year badge or not. But I honestly just really like it. Sounds like kind of basic, but also kind of unique as well. Like the hair over here, it's like a brown color, but I kind of like it. And the hairstyle is very unique though, with this in the back. And also the wing, the little wings thingies. I really like that, honestly. I really like her design. Officer Wong! The breathless girl strode to the front door, and the two women were closely connected. Yeah, by the way, for context, since you weren't here earlier, well, Wu was found near a dead body, but she didn't kill it. She just happened to arrive, like, directly after, trying to look for a source of Honkai energy that happened there. And she was caught right after the murder, so obviously she became a suspect. Now, Wu was just, you know, she didn't want to attend a teacher's meeting at the school, so she made an excuse saying she wasn't feeling well. And went to a cafeteria. So she couldn't say, yeah, I'm a teacher at Post-Gakuen, contact them, and like, you can get a reply letter and you'll basically be proven innocent. She couldn't do that, so she called Wang over, and what Wang did, which honestly was completely unnecessary, well, since she couldn't really she can't release suspects in private, she just handcuffed them both together and said, help me out, and once this case is solved, we can clear your, you can prove you innocent without having to contact Post-Gakuen. And so they're kind of handcuffed together right now, so that's why they said they were close together. You should have seen it. This is what I meant earlier by, don't worry, there will be more moments to see though, by I kind of shipped them. It's because of this chapter. It's a bit too much maybe, but yeah. Sister Faye, look, this is our rising star of the Anti-Honkai Division 2, Cronhill. Although she's still an intern, she has already solved many Honkai-related crimes. Cronhill from the second year. I've heard of this name, but this is the first time I've met her. Girl, come, let's shake hands. I'm Wu Jingfei, a new school instructor who just joined this year. I'm so happy to see so many talented people in our school. Wu Jingfei smiled and stretched out her hand, which fell in front of Cronhill. Because she stretched out the right hand, Officer Wang's handcuffed hands were also pulled. Cronhill hesitated. She also stretched out her right hand and shook hands with Wu Jingfei through her thin white gloves, but her eyes were wandering between the two hands of Wu Jingfei and Officer Wang that were covered by their coats. Wait. So let's skip that. Let me take a screenshot of this. Oh, yeah, I saw it. It was absolutely wild. Yeah. They went a bit crazy with it. Like, Wang, yeah. The handshake was only light squeezed for a moment, the hand immediately left and nothing happened. There was no change in Wu Jingfei's expression. It's like she was trying to hide something, probably the fact that she has a... Well, you saw the silver liquid earlier, but there's another thing, but I don't want to say that, because that would be spoilers, so you'll see. Hey, Sister Faye, why are you suddenly smiling so happily? Happy? Are you too? Of course, when I was in school, I could actually capture the changes in your expression within 0.1 millimeters. Although I haven't accidentally skipped that line, I'm still on the last line. Although I haven't seen you for several years, this skill has not deteriorated. On the contrary, it has become more advanced because I review it in my imagination. She can instantly tell Wu's mood. Instead of practicing such meaningless skills, you might as well learn something useful. But if I were to say I was happy, maybe I was a little. Maybe it was because the weather was nice today and the sun was shining, which made me feel cheerful. Hey, stop talking so much nonsense. Zhao Wang, don't you want to solve the case? The inspiration in my mind is now pouring out like... Don't want to say that word. At this time, we must be brave and diligent, and not be afraid of difficulties. Wu Jingfei suddenly became excited and kept patting the girl and Officer Wang on the shoulders. Come on, take me to the scene to see the world. It's such a nice day. I should drink coffee and talk about the grease and bloodstains left on the ground and the bodies of others. That took a dark turn. Xiaowang, Cronhill, come on. Take me to the scene quickly. I can't wait. Nagazora City. An alley entrance. The outline of the white human-shaped line that was once drawn on the ground, surrounded by the yellow line, can still be vaguely seen, but the surrounding traces are almost filled up by wind and sand. This is the death scene of the first victim of the July 21st serial murder case. The incident happened several months ago. Is this where the deceased fell? Concubine Wu Jing looked around with great interest. That's right, this is the remote corner of a long street. Although pedestrians often pass by, basically no one stops here. The murderer will always attack citizens in such places. The remaining Onkai energy at the scene is almost completely dissipated. But one thing I can confirm is that this is consistent with the aura I felt at the latest crime scene. But other than that, there was nothing else worth noting. We have taken the body and evidence left at the scene back to the inspection center. In fact, we've already taken away everything that should be taken away. If that's the case, then there's no point in coming here? That's generally the case, but it's different with Cronhill around. While the two were talking, Cronhill looked at the human-shaped tray surrounding the white lines, suddenly walked to the side, squatted down and put her ear to the ground regardless of the dust. Oh, so this is why you invited Cronhill to help you solve the case? Yes, Mr. Fay, this is Cronhill's stigmata ability. The stigmata of metal, active memory, can be used to establish a connection with zinc, iron, copper in the blood, and metal elements in the natural world to obtain some information. This ability played a crucial role in helping Cronhill solve so many Yonkai crimes during her last internship. Of course, Cronhill's intelligence is also very important. Wishing Fei ignored the second half of Officer Wang's stammering excuse for her mistake and looked at Cronhill's busy figure thoughtfully. Stigmata of metal, active memory. There was a strange flash in her eyes. I didn't get any information. The Yonkai energy released by the murderer diluted the memory I sensed with a stigmata. Could the murderer's Onkai disrupt your perception? In that case, your stigmata can't be used on the corpse at the forensic center, right? Colonel nodded. Yes, I've already gone to the forensics center for testing. Expression on her face was somewhat gloomy. I honestly see that we will go through in an arc in which at the start she'll be super lazy, not care about her students, and much later on in the story she'll actually care about her students. I really hope so, honestly. Because at the moment she's kind of just being like well, quite lazy, to be honest. But I mean, she has a good heart probably. There's still a lot of mysteries around her as well. I'm not gonna say what it is because it's in chapter 1. Because I did say that I'm not gonna spoil chapter 1 today, so I'm not saying that. But there's something in chapter 1, which kind of has more questions. So there's a lot of what we don't know about her. But I don't think she's just like completely lazy. I'm pretty sure she does care sometimes. But she might also have ulterior motives. So it's just speculation on my part. No, honestly, I would love to see that. Plus, I think she definitely cares a bit at least. But I feel like she could also have ulterior motives, so that it could really go both ways, honestly. Either like pretending to be lazy and then doing something bad, or the other way around, where she was lazy and then did something to help. So I have no idea. I don't think she has bad intentions. So she probably does care. At least I'm gladly we've been seeing her a lot. So I'm sure she'll appear a lot in the future. So she will get character development. Thank you for your hard work. Like you see, she cares here. I don't. This can't be pretending just being lazy though. She does actually care. So I think that will eventually happen. At this moment, Wu Jingfei reached out her hand and gently touched Cronhill's head. Cronhill's body suddenly tensed up, and she looked at Wu Jingfei with wide eyes, but then relaxed again. Teacher Wu, don't give your... Yeah, she does care. Don't give yourself too much responsibility. You're just a student now. Ah, so cunning. I also want to be patted on the head by Sister Fei. She's literally down bad for Wu Jingfei. Okay, be good, be good. Wu Jingfei reached out and rubbed Officer Wang's head twice very perfunctorily. It still made Officer Wang show a satisfied expression. Ah, Sister's face pat on the head. She's blushing. Oh my god. Seeing this scene, Cronhill opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she remained silent. The failure of the first crime scene is nothing. There are 13 more crime scenes to come. I don't believe this person can do it perfectly no matter which murder case he committed. There would be no trace of it. Strong enterprising spirit came to an end after the arriving at the 5th crime scene. The murder did not reveal any clues, but the 3 people who were investigating the case stopped after the 5th crime scene. So hot. I hate summer. Fair, honestly. What's your favorite GGG ship? Without a doubt, Wendy and Totori. I just really like them. They're like everything to each other. I'm kind of hoping we see Totori in Gakuen arc. And I really hope she kept Wendy in her heart, but kept moving forward. Because I'm kind of scared if she just fell into depression and doesn't leave that. She was also going to work on recovering, so yeah. Sadly, Wendy did die in Reborn 14. So Totori's alone now. And we didn't see much of her afterwards. We saw her in Reborn 15 in one very small sequence. She seemed to be relatively okay, so I think she's going to be alright. But I really hope to see her in Gakuen arc. We don't know a lot about the stuff that happened in between the 2 arcs, but as you might be able to tell by the the lack of aging in some of the characters, and the fact that Kyusho and at least most likely the rest of the main cast, but the thing is Totori isn't. She was relatively known, but not really as like a Honkai hero, so she might not have been involved in that, which means she might not even have gone through whatever they did. My suspicion is Project Moonshade that a lot of the main cast, quote unquote, exiled. Zero idea where, how, or who. Literally zero context. We know barely anything about the project. That likely might have affected their aging, either slowed it or just stopped it whenever they were at who knows where. I literally have no idea. But yeah, if that's the case, Totori could have just be slightly older. I guess Yusring is more noticeable, but Sirin or Kyusho isn't as noticeable. Kyusho's 60, but she sounds like what, 30? So yeah, I'm kind of hoping that's the case, so she's still alive after all these years and she can keep going the story. But I guess we'll see. But yeah, Wentori, that's my favorite ship. I went on a bit of a tangent, sorry. But yeah, Wentori. Wendy and Totori. Sister Faye, summer is over and now it's autumn. Xiaowang, let me tell you a wise saying. As long as the summer in your heart continues, summer will never end. This is actually just a wise saying that Sister Faye just came up with, right? I love them though. Because they handcuffed each other's hands and covered them with windbreakers. Both Wu Jingfei and Officer Wang could feel their sweat mixing together and dripping down. They did not have to describe it that descriptive. I feel like I'm about to melt into Sister May's sweat. And she's blushing. Oh my god. She's literally so down bad for Wu. Don't say such things. Please don't remind me of words like sweat, heat, and heat. She really doesn't like summer. Well, Sister Faye, you've already said it. That's to announce the precautions. The two stood by the wall, chatting and talking nonsense. Only Cronhill was working diligently. Even though she was already exhausted, she still meticulously used her abilities to search for clues near the scene, closing her eyes from time to time as if she was listening to something. After a long time, she stood up and returned to the two of them, but the result of activating her ability this time could be seen from her tightly pursed lips. I think I'm a bit behind, hold up. Am I? Hold up, let me check. Didn't you understand, still no information? Did you understand anything again this time? I know this is gonna sound really strange, but I really ship Okushin Mei and Fuwa the most. Honestly, it's not that strange at all. It's quite a well-known ship. They're pretty cool too. I'm not much of a shipper, so I'm not really I know some people are constantly shipping characters and talking about their connections. I'm more of a lore person. I do have some ships where I yeah, they're perfect together, absolutely, and I love seeing them together, and I hope it happens again. But not as much. But one thing I do say though, Okushin Mei and Fuwa are great together too. Even if I'm not talking about them all the time. So yeah. That person's ability, my favorite one is probably Yuentori, and the second one is probably Kiamei. Specifically the GGZ one, though the Yonkai Impact third one isn't far behind. That person's ability greatly restrains my perception. The stronger the information on the metal element, the higher the perceived disorder. I'm sorry, my ability is too limited. This isn't your problem. It's that the murderer this time is too special. Don't take it too seriously, Cronhill. What a cunning murderer. The atmosphere gradually became gloomy. I love how the theme is still going. At this moment, the cell phone on Officer Wang's waist rang. Hello? What did you say? Captured? Caught? Officer Wang hung up the phone happily and looked at Wu Jingfei. Sister Fei, we got it, we got it! What did you catch? The limited grand prize in the ultimate luxury claw machine with a price of 10,000 yuan per time? I don't think that was it. I'm assuming it's gonna say probably yen in JP in a bigger number like it did before. Yeah, 100,000 yen. But pretty sure the currency is different though. Wait, isn't 10,000 yuan? Pretty sure that's not 10,000. Yeah, it's 1.2 million, so that's a bit different. Either it says yen on MPL at least. Either they didn't bother to translate the number, or maybe that's the same number but in yuan, but it translates to yen. Not sure. Wu Jingfei complained in boredom. No! It's that person, the criminal in the robbery. Oh, that's the previous case. You reminded me of the possibility of the Stigmata user committing the crime. Oh, wait! Is this in chapter 1? I just realized. There was a brief mention of it during one of the side missions. The Stigmata user committing the crime. And specifically the water one. That's what he was talking about. When I read this for the first time, I completely missed that this was actually mentioned in chapter 1. So after our anti-Onkai division to urgently search the nearby drainage water system, we finally locked down the place where the criminal hid the gold, and this time we finally caught him. I see, this is a great breakthrough. Hey, my team is waiting for me to go back on the interrogation and close this gate. Wait. Officer Wang seemed to realize something was wrong and stopped her excitement. If I go back to the second anti-Onkai section, then Sister Fei. Wu Jingfei seemed to realize something as well, then her eyes suddenly became bright and sharp. Now Wang, as an elite of the anti-Onkai Division 2, you should go back and deal with this case that has troubled you for a long time, right? Yes. Still a large number of crime scenes that have not been investigated. What should we do? Maybe release me, please? She's probably less wrong what she's saying. What should we do? Well, I think it would be better if you take off your handcuffs, Shogun. Let me and Cronhill go investigate together. You just need to tell us the location of the crime. This way we can advance on two fronts, which is way more efficient. That's totally not an excuse. Why? Do you think what I said is wrong, or do you not trust me? Sister Fei is right. I believe Sister Fei. I love how she said, or do you not trust me? So it's like, that was kind of guilt driven. She said like, no, I trust you. You're the best or something. It's so obvious. Sister Fei is right. I believe Sister Fei. The soft click sound was heard, which was the sound of handcuffs being unlocked. I love them, honestly. That's kind of funny. You're a good girl after all. Smile that had just appeared on Wu Jingfei's face had not yet fully developed when it was shattered in an instant by the next click. What do you mean? I'm sorry, Sister Fei. You're still a suspect now. I can't let you risk being arrested by other Purification Committee members, but I have to deal with the case at hand. So I can only handcuff you and Cronhill. Poor Cronhill, though. And Cronhill together and let you continue to investigate the scene. Please understand me, Sister Fei. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Officer Wang looked at Cronhill with a sad face. Cronhill, can you take my place and investigate the case and Sister Fei's other half? I can investigate the case, but a term other half? It doesn't matter. Oh no. Come on, Cronhill, I'll be back soon. Officer Wong talked to herself as she took down the handcuffed hands of the other two people, then reluctantly but quickly disappeared from their sight. The excited expression on Wu Jing's face turned calm again at this moment. Teacher Wu? Cronhill looked at her carefully. This woman tricked me. Let's go, little Cronhill. I'll have to trouble you to be my... Wait, let me check the GP translation for this. Right-hand person. That's typically a term to like someone who... I see what they're doing. Someone who... how do I say this? Well, you know, the expression, like a right-hand man or something, is basically someone who's trusted, like, second in an organization, or someone who's very trusted to someone, kind of like... You get what I'm saying, but in this case, it's quite literally, because their hands are tied together. Officer Wang walked briskly down the street with 4 long swords clanging behind her. Although the most critical July 21st serial murder case is still at a standstill, the robbery case that has troubled her for for many days has been solved, which makes her feel that it's a good omen. When I thought of this, my steps became much lighter, but for some reason, a warning came to my heart. When passing an alley, Officer Wang stopped. Slowly turned around. Monsters. All monsters. Must save. To survive. Find her. A murmuring voice sounded behind her. A pair of dim pupils appeared in front of her the moment Officer Wang turned around. At this moment, there was no time to think. The stigmata power was activated and a blue sword on her back appeared in Officer Wang's hand. Then she waved forward. Yeah. Is it 2-1 now or 2-2? I'm actually not sure where we were. But yeah, if that plot line is going to continue eventually afterwards. Okay, no, 2-1 is what we just did, so it's 2-2. I wanted to say something about that character, but I better not. So, you'll see. Alright, back to this perspective. The red earth is vibrating. This is an anomaly that has never occurred before. But recently, the vibrations have become more and more frequent. The silvery liquid covered the ground, and it felt the vibration and became restless. Supreme God, please give us more food. Please give us more grace. The tribesmen were begging for mercy, expressing their desperation to the gods. The consciousness of a large number of tribesmen, their prayers, their desires, and their obsession with food was constantly being transmitted to the gods. But when the boy and the girl gazed into the depths of the sky, what surged in their hearts was not fear, but joy. Okay, so this is the boy talking. The world is shaking more and more frequently. I can sense that the gods are worried about something. Notice how gods is in quotation. Could it be that... Is this a girl talking? Could it be that something happened outside? I'm not gonna say it anymore, but it's just kanjis. I don't know about such things. But I think the possibility of us escaping is becoming higher and higher. It would be great if we could do that. Listening to the girl's gentle yet uneasy voice, the boy stared at the fragile figure and swore in his heart that he would protect her until the end. Don't worry, we can definitely escape. The young boy and girl stood side by side in a corner of the red earth, and the figures of their tribesmen were questioning and begging the gods caught their eyes. Although we can escape, but what about our tribe members? There is no way. It was clearly the person who made us what we are now. But the person, the tribe members still reverently called them God. Even though it created all of this, but living here, living without freedom, waiting for the day when we'll completely lose our mind and become a wise person, I will never accept such a fate. And I don't want to end up like, I don't want you to end up like that. Girl and the boy's bodies were close to each other, and this cold touch was transmitted to each other. Thank you. You don't have to say thank you to me. Whatever I did, it doesn't matter. Because that's what I want to do for you from the bottom of my heart. I think that after a while, the opportunity to escape will appear before us. When that time comes, it will be time to fight to the death. What's wrong with you? Why don't you speak? I was just thinking, what should we do if we only escape to one side? Or if we get separated while running away? Don't worry. If we hadn't met in the land under the sun at the first moment, then I will definitely go looking for you. No matter whether it takes a few days, months, or a few years, or even more than 10 years, I will keep on the road looking for you, no matter how long it takes, no matter what the cost. I will not hesitate. Honestly, not a fan of her design, a little basic for me. Wait, let me screenshot this. Which design, by the way? Are you talking about Wu or Wang? I'm not sure when you typed that, so I'm not sure which one you're talking about. It's time for a life or death battle. Let's push forward together. So that's the boy speaking. I love this music. It's Chloe's theme, but they're reusing it here. Well, they're reusing it here except the silver theme. The silver spray that we use, it does override the music for like 10 seconds while the effect is in use, so you're not hearing that theme right now, but you will. Oh wait, we can't get hit too much. Yeah, there's the theme. It's Chloe's remix version. Oh, you do know about her, Cronhill. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, I probably don't like the design as much either. It's alright. But it's nothing like too special. Then again, aside from the 4 swords, I don't think there's anything too special about, for example, Wang's design. I think Wu's design, Wu Jingfei's design, is probably a lot better. There's a lot more like custom stuff into it. I feel like it's very unique. Wang's is cool too, it's just that aside from the 4 swords, I don't see much. I love Chloe's theme. Especially the remix version like this one. Alright, 2-4. I think. Oh wait, no, sorry, that's 2-3. Not 2-4. 2-3. 2-4 is might be next time. Actually, I might continue, to be honest. I feel like continuing. I might continue for longer. But then again, if we continue for like a bit longer, we might end up like close to ending the chapter, but not quite ending it, so I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, let's do 2-3 first. And then we'll decide. Alright, let me see what he was saying. It's time for a life or death. It's the same thing. Life or death battle. Let's push forward together. Cannot get hit more than 10 times, I think. They do eventually disappear, right? Well, Jingfei's design sounds like a bit of fan service, or that's just me. There's definitely a bit of fan service there. It's more like a clothes design that I like the hat and everything, and like the green color. I kind of like that color. But yeah, there is a bit of fan service in there for sure. But I still like the design, mostly the clothes that I really like. I'll describe them later because I can't remember at the top of my head. Yeah, this is the part that we can't avoid, right? Yeah. 9 out of 10. Well, we nearly lost, but we're fine. With our chest, yeah. That is the fan service design part for sure. Wait, that was it? Oh, that was 2-3. Okay, I guess we're doing 2-4. One of two things. If this takes probably more than 30 minutes, I am gonna pause this and finish it next time. Maybe with something else, because otherwise the next stream would be really short. However, we're definitely not stopping here. I still want to continue, so let's keep going. If it's not too long, we might finish it, but I guess we'll see.
アバロン空間構築
We're probably
成
not gonna
功
finish this. I feel like there's probably another around like an hour, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong though. I thought it was gonna be longer, to be honest. These parts that we've done so far. All right. Back to where we were. This long sword broke through the wind. The powerful Onkai energy attacks freely in the alley. Every time the blue sword was swung, it would inevitably bring up a series of amazing airwaves. However, wherever the airwaves reached, the enemy's figure would always be able to avoid it just right. Officer Wang stared at the woman in front of her expressionlessly. Although her body was moving at high speed, she kept her sight and mind focused, thus appearing somewhat indifferent. But beneath her cold... sorry, I skipped too many, I was still on the last line. But beneath her cold and calm appearance, Officer Wang's heart was filled with shock. Who is this person? I've activated my Stigmata ability, even if only partially activated, but the power and speed have been greatly enhanced. Why was she able to avoid my attack? Is this some kind of agility or the ability over Stigmata? What is it for? Increasing... what is it? Increased speed? Enhanced perception? Or... So why did she attack me? Could it be that he or she was related to the July 21st serial murders? In this case, she. All kinds of doubts are intertwined in my mind. But Officer Wang has never been the kind of person who would keep doubts in her heart. So she swung her sword down at high speed and shouted loudly. Hey, who are you? Why did you attack me? Are you related to the July 21st serial murder case? Serial murder case? Why do you look so confused? Don't you know, recently a serial killer appeared in Nagazora City. In every case, they would cut up the victim's body into pieces, and the scene was extremely tragic. Dismembering the corpse? At some point, both of them stopped moving. The masked woman stood there in a daze. That's right, dismemberment. Haven't you heard about it? Officer Wang narrowed her eyes and examined the masked woman in front of her. The latter's dark yellow pupils were fixed on her face emotionlessly. For some reason, Officer Wang felt a chill down her spine. Because her eyes were as lifeless as inorganic matter, like two beads embedded in her eye sockets. The woman's body was like a metal lie wrapped in a human skin, and no life could be felt in her. It made Officer Wang feel a little creeped out, I'm assuming. Who are you? Officer Wang spoke slowly. The Yonkai energy was ready to go. The four long swords behind her trembled slightly. She was ready to unleash the full power over Stigmata. When the time came, it would be a shocking blow. As a well-known Stigmata user among the Purification Committee, Officer Wang's core principle has always been never hold back. And she will not make the mistake of looking down on an enemy. However, the woman's subsequent action was beyond her expectations, and it caused her to lose some of the momentum she had accumulated. You. There was a hint of spirit in the woman's eyes as she looked at Officer Wang. Although the woman's expression could not be seen because she was wearing a mask, the strong emotions revealed in her look made Officer Wang stand in place for a moment. Because that emotion was fear. I feel that presence from you. I feel like it's here. Ah! Okay, sorry. I should not have voiced that. Presence? Who is it? What are you talking about? Many questions were intertwined in her mind, but at this moment, Officer Wang had no time to think about anything else. Because the woman who had previously walked easily in her sort of light, after letting out a scream, turned around and ran away without hesitation, as if she had discovered the most horrifying thing in her life. So at this moment, Officer Wang could only have one reaction. Stop! She jumped up and chased after the woman's back. But the moment she caught up with her, Officer Wang was deeply shocked. Because just now, when the woman turned around, she didn't know if it was her illusion, but she actually saw, under the woman's mask, there was a long blood stain. She couldn't help but think of what her colleague had said at the case discussion meeting. The legend of the slit-mouthed woman? That was a rumor going around. Have you read the second chapter, second half of chapter 2? I wish I could. Sadly, I don't have my CN account anymore. I lost access to it. I'm gonna try to recover it soon, however, honestly, I don't know. I don't have much hopes for it, because I put my ID in the Bilibili thingy, because you can technically, if your account gets flagged for quote-unquote suspicious activity, you can put your real ID, you know, the one we registered with, and they'll basically unblock it for you. I did that, but for some reason they say my ID is wrong, which is impossible because, well, I only have one ID. I tried doing it 5 other times with like multiple, because like my number can have like a space in a specific part, you know, like by the Portuguese ID. And I tried removing that. I tried putting it without the second part because there's a document ID and it's like the civil ID. I don't know what it's called, but there's basically the last part of the numbers isn't included in the normal ID. So it's like 2 numbers. One of them is a number and the other one has the other part on it. Basically none of them worked. So either one, I managed to contact Bilibili another way, which I don't know of. So if you know, actually let me know if there's any way to contact them. But aside from that, yeah, I probably lost my account. Sorry, it was absolutely amazing. I saw the cutscenes, but I don't have context, and I don't want context. Please don't spoil me. But I'm excited for it. I might have to wait until either it comes to GP or worst case scenario after July, because I don't want to do that before Dawn Trail, because I know chapter 2 second half would probably take a bit of my time, and I might not finish it before Dawn Trail. But after Dawn Trail and after my holidays, I'm gonna try to somehow manage to find a way to contact Bilibili. I don't know if that's possible, like directly, because I can't really contact them through customer support, because, well, my account isn't there, so I don't really have an account to do that. So I'd have to find them outside. I'm not sure if that even works. If not, I could try to get a new phone number. And I say a new phone number because I tried to make a normal WeChat account, because you can also get GGC through Tencent. My account got blocked on the first day, so that kind of went wrong. However, I learned a few things that could have gone wrong. Firstly, maybe I shouldn't have used an emulator on the first day, though some people had no problems with it. Secondly, I needed to have a friend added to unblock, which I didn't, so it's kind of unblockable. Thirdly, from what I heard people say, it's recommended that when you create a WeChat account, you don't have like the game installed or anything for potentially like at least a week or 2. Let it stay there. Then you create a game account so it's not flagged as suspicious as easily as mine was. So if I get a second phone number, because, well, my phone number is already gone, right? Because my account is oof. I would try to do that, but follow like the safety measures and hope that works and doesn't get my account blocked. At least if I have a friend, I could unblock it. But from what I see, you can only unblock it once, because the second time is permanent. So yeah, I just hope I don't get blocked twice. But hopefully it shouldn't happen. But yeah, that'll be after July though. But yeah, I'm excited for chapter 2 though, second half. Also, Chloe and Kaguya's School of You story. I want to do that one as well. I feel like that one might be great. And I like the previous Babylon Academy storylines. Hope you enjoyed the second half of chapter 2 though. Wu Jingfei and Cronhill are near the scene of the 14th crime. Still no fightings? Mr. Cronhill, Miss Cronhill, don't put too much effort on yourself. If you think about it, the Purification Committee has investigated crime scenes like this countless times. If we can get a new direction just by investigating the scene, then all the efforts of the Purification Committee and the Inspector would be in vain. I don't think that's how it works, but thank you for cheering Cronhill up. Or at least trying. Okay, let's take a test nearby and wait for Shao Wang to come. Sick a rest. Sorry, I read that wrong. Wu Jingfei wiped her sweat and moved her feet. Cronhill followed her silently and sat down in the shade of the trees nearby. However, even though she sat down, she was still looking in the direction where the deceased fell in this case. Wu Jingfei looked at her with interest. I was reading the previous line, sorry. Mr. Cronhill, since you can still have some free time and our hands are handcuffed and cannot be separated, how about we have a chat? Let's start a petition for GC to do an AU where all the characters are gender instead of it all being so yaoi. Funny enough, I don't know when it was, but I'm sure you've already seen it. It's quite well known. There was that image. It's official that they did. I don't know if it was April Fool's or something else. I think it might have been April Fool's, but I'm not sure. With like basically the opposite gender versions of several characters, like female Otto, male Kiana, and I'm not talking about Kevin. I'm talking about like literally a male Kiana, a male Mei, and all those. Have you seen that? Of course, it was as a joke. It didn't really appear anywhere, but it was just an image, and it was kind of funny. It's official. I think it was during April Fool's. I could be wrong. Okay, teacher, what do you want to talk about? Chatting is just a small talk. If you specify a topic, it becomes a discussion. Just talk about whatever you want to say. Silence. Well, okay, it seems better for me to speak first. Then I'll just ask casually. Little Cronhill, where are you from? Teacher Wu, why are you asking this? Aren't people usually asking about one's background, family experience, hobbies, etc. during a casual chat? I'm just asking casually. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. She's kind of nice though. I am from Nice. I want to check the location in GP to say if it still says Nice. Because we don't really know where the legions are. It says Nice, yeah. We don't really know where the legions are. Is this the French location? Let me check actually. Nice. I want to test see. But it's gonna say the word nice. That's not what I want. I want the city. I don't know how you say it though. Friend, how do I specify to city? If I say Nice City, it's just gonna say nice city. I just want to see if the kanji's aligned, but I can't really find a... I guess it's probably written the same, right? It's probably Nice, but I'm not 100% sure, so I'd like to know. Like, I'm talking about like Nice, the French place. I don't know if it's a city or not, but it's an area in France. Which would be quite... We don't really know where the cities are, but that would be quite far from... Then again, the legions was throughout the entire world, so maybe. I'm not sure if this is accurate though, so keep it in mind, but translation says Nice. Like, it's like the city. That's why I'm not pronouncing it as nice. It's a French city. I don't know if it's a city or a town, but you get what I mean. Nice, so that's where it is. I remember it was located in the border between the First Legion and the Southern Legion. But now it has been completely occupied by the Southern Legion. Yes. So, has your family been affected in any way? Oh, it seems better to skip this topic. Cronhill's already gloomy expression seems to be covered by a large shadow, becoming extremely dark. I don't have a family anymore. Well, that's... I want to say something, but I'm not going to say it because spoilers. The only thing left is a friend. Friend? That's right, the friend who promised me that we would meet again no matter how much time passes. Even if it takes a few years, a dozen years, I really want to see him again, but... The girl clenched her palms and the limbs under the gloves were clenched into fists. Is that so? Let's talk about something lighthearted. What do you like to see, Cronhill? I was like, I talked about something wrong. Kind of laugh. Just wait, wait. I gotta put this through translate. Sister Faye, Cronhill. I'm coming now. See the image of Jitterbin, Kiana, Mei, and Lingi. Wait, I didn't notice Lingi before. Did I miss it? Is it the same image though that we had with a lot of characters? Maybe I missed Lingi. I kind of want to see that now. I'll look it up afterwards. Search for Cronhill. Using Faith's voice was interrupted halfway. Looking in the direction of the voice, the figure ran up to them. You guys really are here. Huh. Officer Wang was breathing heavily, causing Wu Jing to open her eyes wide in surprise. It's rare to see you so tired, Zhao Wang. Are you so eager to come back to see me? No, although I really wanted to come back to see you. Tired, sounds like can't really say that without sounding weird. But I just ran into a woman. I wanted to catch her, but lost her whereabouts, so I had to run back to see you. A woman? That's right. Okay, you should take a break. Anyway, we didn't find anything in the crime scene, so let's go back to the anti-Honkai section 2. When you get back there, I'm sure you'll have calmed down. In the Purification Committee headquarters, in the office of Anti-Honkai Division Section 2. So, you met a strange woman. She seems to be the slit-mouthed woman that has been circulating in Nagazora City's urban legend recently. And she said weird things to you. That's in like the way she was talking. It's really weird. Presents? What presents? Why did that woman run away because of your presence, Zhao Wang? Did you wash your hands after going to the toilet? I don't think that's what she meant. This is her pay. Okay, just kidding. By the way, Cronhill, do you have any ideas? I was wondering, did that person activate a Stigmata ability when she attacked Officer Wang? Cronhill, do you suspect she's the murderer of the July 21st serial murder case? I have thought about this as well, but unfortunately, she did not activate the Stigmata. No, and I did not feel the breath of Honkai energy. In other words, without using a Stigmata, she perfectly avoided all the attacks from you, Zhao Wang, after you activated the first level of Stigmata ability. This kind of reaction doesn't sound like something a human could have. Yes, that's why I feel like she might not be a human. It's not a human, but it has a human appearance. What is it? A robot? A cyborg? Haha, just kidding. The teacup on the table suddenly knocked over and Cronhill looked embarrassed. No, sorry. I was just thinking about what Officer Wang said and didn't notice the teacup. Oh, it's okay. The teacups here were all bought with government funds. They will pay for it. If you break them, it will be easier for the purchasing staff to take kickbacks and promote the economic development of Nagazora City. But little Cronhill, you said that you were just thinking about what Zhao Wang said. Do you have any ideas? Cronhill took a deep breath. I have a whimsical idea, but it's a little too whimsical. It's okay, just say whatever you want. Well, actually, I've been thinking from the beginning. Why does the murderer go to such great lengths every time to dismantle the body into pieces? In the final analysis, is it because he's trying to cover up something? What are you saying? Looking at the death scenes of the deceased, each crime scene presents very distinct, homogeneous characteristics. Each dead person has no connection or commonality with any other dead person. So he gave up the effort to find a solution from the perspective of the deceased and focused on exploring the psychological causes of the murder. But the most likely conclusion we could draw in the end was still psychopath. But what if the cruel wounds on all dead bodies do not point to the murderer's intentions, but to the commonality of the dead themselves? You mean... Officer Wang couldn't help but shout, but Wu Jingfei didn't say anything. She just sat a little closer, looking at her closely from a very close distance besides Cronhill. Actually, when I saw those corpses, I had a strange feeling. If the criminals only wanted to dismember them, why did they also cut open the abdomen of the torso and the brain? If the murderer's purpose was to crush them into pieces, why did he dismember their bodies, cut open their abdomens, smash their heads, and stop there, instead of cutting them into pieces? Precisely because of such contradictory logic, after careful consideration, I decided to abandon the most common and meaningless explanation. This is because the murderer is mentally ill, and instead seek some realistic reasons. Then I finally came to a conclusion. The cruel deaths of those victims were not because the murderers were enjoying themselves, but because the murderers had to do something in order to accomplish something. What Cronhill wanted to say was about to come out. Officer Wang looked solemn. You were saying... That's right, just... Wait, let me actually translate it, because it says before the Human Union era. I'm assuming this is during, not before. It says before the time. So is this actually before the time of the Human United era? So quite old then, if this is accurate. It could be during or before, but it says before on both GP and CN machine translations, so I'm gonna go with before. It's a different image from GZ, not on Kaibashi. Yeah, I know it's from GZ. That one as well that I'm thinking. I don't know if it's the same one or not though. That's right, just before the Human United era, the drug dealers of that era would use the human body to transport drugs. So I guess these people actually had some contraband hidden in their bodies. This chapter is actually so messed up with the descriptions though. The murderer... Alright, let me see these terms though. I think machine translation might have changed a bit. I think there was a better term for this. Let me look it up. It shouldn't take long. I think one of them was the rewriter. And I need the other term. Let me try to find it. Hold up. I know this was posted somewhere too. Okay, I think I found it. Oh wait, no, this is not the one. Okay, there it is. I just need to find the term. Where is it? I'm sure I've read this before. Okay, I can't find it. It says consignee, but I'm sure there's another term. Let me check the GP translation. I don't think this is the accurate term. Recipient, okay. The other one was the rewriter, I think. Trying to double check, okay. When I hear something truly messed up, sure. Alright, we can keep going. Wait, where was I on the interpreter? There we go. The murderer is actually the so-called recipient. The way he takes the contraband is to... Was that actually... Yeah, okay. Takes the contraband is to kill them and take out the hidden contraband from the bodies of the dead. So that's why those people were disemboweled and their hearts were removed. They were like containers, merely carrying the contraband. That's the case. Why would their heads also be broken? On their surface, these deceased people all had their own identities, and most of them had been company employees, teachers, small shop owners, etc. throughout their lives. So, if they would be used as containers and willing to be carriers of contraband, there could only be one reason. Their brains have been invaded by some kind of Onkai energy, causing organic lesions, and therefore they will act in accordance with the wishes of the Onkai energy manipulator. The user of Onkai energy can distort their personality or memory. This distortion will penetrate into the victim's body, making the information they feel when activate the stigmata power disordered. In order to cover up this method, the recipient smashed the victim's head and crushed the brain, making it difficult to detect this organic disease. Traces of Onkai energy were also to be covered up by owned by metal or mechanical stigmata. So behind these serial murders, there are two stigmata users. The first stigmata user, let's call it the rewriter, has the power to rewrite personality and distort the brain. The other stigmata user, the taker, I think this is probably a better term. I think this was the term I heard, not recipient, as metal or mechanical stigmata, and will tear apart the victim's body at the scene of the crime and take out the goods. That's just my guess. No, it's not just a guess. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. I've been wanting to find out the reason now. Keep in mind, this is a theory. A game theory. Joking. By the way, Cronhill, have you thought of any way to verify whether this conjecture is correct? I thought of one. Since these dead people had contraband hidden in their bodies and were used as containers, this contraband must have been brought back from outside Nagazora City. So they must have left Nagazora City recently. If there is no records of passing the customs, then verify whether the traces of entry in the smuggling channels of those gangs are consistent with the recent blank time of some of the deceased. If these two are consistent, I think maybe you can prove that my guess makes sense. This bold reasoning left Officer Wang speechless for a moment. But Wu Jingfei's voice sounded out at the same time. The above inferences are very interesting. But Cronhill, I have another question. The woman Zhenguo met in the alley today, is she the rewriter or the taker? Or is she neither? Just an unrelated person? None of the above, I think. Neither? Yes, because she might be the container. Container? That's right. The contraband that can be hidden in the body of an ordinary person by two stigmata users should not be a simple anesthetic drug. It's very likely that a special item is closely related to Honkai energy, and that masked woman was also a container, chosen like the other victims, because she was affected by the power of the rewriter, and her brain was distorted, her original personality was destroyed, she became crazy, and contraband with special powers was hidden in her body. But maybe something unusual happened during the transportation. The contraband leaked, causing her to have unusual powers. That is quite a stretch, honestly. But she still felt extremely terrified of the source that distorted her personality. In other words, the rewriter. But why why does he have a suit detector sent on me? I don't know, it's all just speculation. Cronhill shook her head and gave a weak smile. And these speculations are too bold and too far-fetched. Both Officer Wang and Wu Jingfei fell silent at this moment. After a while, finally someone broke the silence. No matter how crazy a fantasy is, it will eventually fall into reality. Little Cronhill, how do you think we should verify our hypothesis now? Wu Jingfei showed the same smile as usual. I think. Cronhill suddenly fell silent. We should split into two groups. One group should search for the masked woman, and the other group should go to the Immigration Bureau and the smuggling channel of Nagazora City to check whether those deceased have left Nagazora City and returned in recent months. To check if they've left through other sources without being the usual customs, which would be the gangs, of course. In fact, there is one gang here that's mentioned later that I recognize the name, but I didn't when I read this chapter, because it's a name that actually appears later. You'll see. I ironically ship Siegfried with Raiden and Ryoma. Honestly, in Honkai back there, right? Honestly, same. The way they went to I prefer Siegfried and Cecilia, but I mean Cecilia's gone, so what was the bar, right? In chapter, what is it, like 42, I think? We had that scene where Siegfried has wait, no. Wait. No, Welt, I got it confused. I was like, wait, no, Ryoma is missing, right? I forgot why. I'm remembering something wrong. No, it was with Welt, never mind. No, I don't know. Is it about the mangas? I don't remember the mangas too well. I was gonna say Siegfried. No, that was with Welt. Never mind. The bar thingy. They were drinking buddies. But yeah, I don't know about Ryoma. Is it the mangas?
Avalon 空間構築成功
Even long after leaving the Purification Committee headquarters, Officer Wang still has an expression of being unable to let go. Xiao Wang, why do you have such an ugly expression on your face? Sister Faye, Cronhill. I know. You want to ask me why I agreed on Cronhill's proposal without hesitation and promised to split our forces into 2 groups. With us investigating the immigration bureau and the smuggling channels, while she would search for the masked woman. Yes, and moreover, Cronhill had suspicion written all over her face. She almost came up with the existence of 2 Stigmata users, Rewriter and Taker, and on this basis, she gave the masked woman the identity of Container. It was a leap without any real evidence, but it seemed so reasonable that one would almost think that she had read the script, or maybe she herself was the one who possessed the Stigmata of Metal, right? Yes, but she gave the option of splitting our troops into 2 groups, thus giving herself the opportunity to leave alone. That makes her even more suspicious, am I right? Mr. Faye, you've said it all. I have nothing to say anymore. Zhao, do you believe in little Cronhill? That kid worked very hard during the months she interned in our anti-Honkai division too. Her smile was genuine when she arrested the bad guys and helped the citizens. I'm willing to believe in her, but just being willing is enough. As long as you're willing to believe, the fake can become true. The circus can become a kingdom once. However, in order to achieve this willingness, we still need to have some prerequisites. Having said that, Wu Jingfei suddenly took out her the cell phone, sorry. Hello? Tiara, right? Tiara mentioned. How do I know? Wait, am I on the same line? Oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm on the wrong line. My bad. Come help me with something. You don't want to be discovered that you skipped class a week ago, but signed in the academic affairs system, right? She's talking with Tiara and she's like threatening her that she knows. How do I know? Kid, you still need to learn more about the wisdom of adults. While chatting and laughing, Wu Jingfei hung up the phone. After a moment, she gestured on her cell phone and smiled at Officer Wang. Look, it's done. Sister Faye, what has been completed? The city's recent entry and exit records, as well as the computer records of the smuggling channels of these gang organizations, are all in this file, which my student has sent to me. I love how Tiara gathered that up and so quickly. She's a pro hacker, honestly. Next, we just need to compare them. What? Wait, Sister Faye, this is a crime. Zhong, at this critical moment, don't care about these details. Wu Jingfei spread out her cell phone. Although Officer Wang still felt a little bit uncomfortable, she leaned forward. Philia, she passed through the immigration. This is the names of the deceased, the victims. She passed through the immigration checkpoint and left Nagazora City 3 months ago, and returned 3 days later. Anders left Nagazora City half a year ago through the smuggling channel of the gang organization Scythian Train, and returned today. That's the chapter 2 name. This is why I easily missed it, but when I was reading this again on the interpreter once, like the specific sequence, I read Scythian Train. That's when I realized this name had been mentioned before chapter 2, and I just had no idea. It was mentioned all the way back in this event. Now I passed through the immigration checkpoint and left Nagazora City half a month ago, and returned this afternoon. Huh? There's 15 dead people all left Nagazora City. Could it be that Cronhill's reasoning is completely correct? Officer Wang didn't know whether she should look sad or smile. Cronhill's reasoning was verified, but the doubts about her became more prominent. However, Wu Jingfei looked at her, shook her head and smiled. She dialed the same number again. Tiara, that's the academy uniform that she's in, by the way. Hey, Mr. Wu, is there anything else you need? Tiara on the other end of the phone replied to Wu Jingfei in a frustrated tone. Just like, if I wasn't threatened, I would be closing this right now. I love Tiara's personality. Don't be so upset, Tiara. Helping the teacher is also a kind of extracurricular practice. I can help you apply for credits. Let's follow up on the previous request. I will send you the following dozen names. Please help me check the whereabouts of those people in Nagazora City on the day to see if they really left Nagazora City. The crackling sound of the keyboard indicated the irritable mood of the owner on the other end of the phone. But soon a light "eh" with a hint of doubt came from the phone. Wait, I found it! The girl named Philia said she left Nagazora City 3 months ago, but I found out that she was drinking in a bar in the city for those 3 days. There's surveillance video to prove it. The same goes for this person called the other name. It says Philia again. I'm not sure if it's Zaka, but the other person. She left Nagazora City through the smuggling chain of the... Well, that's what the record said. Of the gang Scythian train, but her presence was not shown at all in the surveillance video hidden by the gang herself. And this and that. Hey, what's going on? Why do these entry and exit records conflict with actual evidence? Teacher Wu. Beep. Wu Jingfei hung up the phone. She's just like that. Without any hesitation and looked at Officer Wang with wide eyes. Understand? I understand, Sister Fei. His entry and exit records were forged by Cronhill. No wonder she came up with such an explosive inference all of a sudden. Turns out she had thought it through a long time ago. Well, why did she do this? Could it really be that she really is the taker? Time is running out, Xiao Wang. Let's go. Go. Where to? I secretly left a positioning probe on Connell's body. Based on the positioning signal, we can find her location. By the time we find her, maybe the truth will be revealed. Alright, let me catch my breath though. As it's in a manga when Ryoma was treating Siegfried's wounds after the fight against Siren. Oh, I actually don't remember that. I mean, I read Second Eruption. Was it in Second Eruption? I actually don't remember that. It's been a while though, so I might have forgotten quite a few details. Like, it's been probably several years, like 2 or 3 years at least, since I last read it. And they had a heart-to-heart conversation right before the World Servant took Siegfried. That was really cool. I actually don't remember that. I still got a lot of stories to read, but I might have to reread Second Eruption eventually, because that story was huge, and I do remember the basic summary of stuff, and some other specific scenes, like for example, the labyrinth with Siegfried, and that, well, we knew it as Kevin, but we know it's the Wheel of Stigmata now. The thing that looks like Kevin, but it's not. I remember that, for example. I do remember a few other, of course, specific scenes, and of course the usual, like the well-known Syrian with Cecilia. That was so wholesome. I wish she had given a second chance. But then they attacked Benares, and she kind of, yeah. But I don't remember some details. I might have to reread. Alright, let me BRB for 2-3 minutes. I'm gonna go get some water. It won't be as long though. I'm not even gonna put the BRB screen. Not even 2 minutes. Probably 1 minute or something. I'll BRB. Alright, I'm back. Honestly, I don't remember in which manga it was exactly. I don't remember it being in one of the mangas and not in game. I do remember, I think, one other thing with Siegfried. I don't remember the details, but I don't think it was after Second Eruption. I mean, it wasn't too long after, but it wasn't like directly after. Maybe it's that. I don't really remember any details though of what he was doing there. It was some kind of lab, and there was a doctor, right? I don't know if Siegfried appeared after or not. I don't remember. Alright, I think the next one. Wait, is my microphone alright? Let me just hear myself for a second, because the Streamlabs was saying it was low a second ago. I want to check if it's alright. Okay, never mind, it's fine. It was just Streamlabs saying it was quite low. I think I might lower the OST just ever so slightly though. This. Right, third page. Honestly, we might finish today. Cronhill's perspective. Cronhill ran silently on the night-filled streets. She mobilized all her strength and chased after a vague signal. Cronhill believed that the owner of the signal must be the person she was looking for. I wonder where Teacher Wu and Officer Wang are now. They should have started investigating entry and exit records everywhere by now, right? Although Teacher Wu's eyes were sharp and Officer Wang's work was serious, by the time they discovered that the entry and exit records are forged, at least several days would have passed, right? By that time, I'm afraid that everything I wanted to do would have already been done. As early as that day, after the case discussion ended, she had memorized all the information related to the deceased. She went to the Exit and Entry Administration Bureau and left her forged record near the smuggling channel she knew. The active memory of the stigmata of metal can trace the past of metal and machinery, but can also distort and transform it. That's how much effort Cronhill took, wrapping up the entire case with clues like a coil, transforming it into another form. However, why on earth? Why should I go to such lengths as to break the law and destroy the justice that I had previously practiced in the Purification Committee? The basic reason? There is only one. I will definitely find you. I will definitely see you again. I really feel bad for Cronhill. Look at her expression. What do you think of my new Maria Shariak icon? I didn't see it before. I saw it before, but like at the distance. It looks pretty cool. Is that fan art? I think it's fan art, right? It's really good though. I'm trying to maybe on PC. I'm trying to see if there's a way to look closer because I can't really see much. And on phone it doesn't really let me go to your profile. I think on PC it lets it. Let me check on my PC. Yeah, there we go. I can go to channel. Okay, that is really cool. There's the rose over there as well. Yeah, that is fan art. That is really cool though. I really like that. I haven't seen that fan art before either. She doesn't have a lot of fan art, sadly. I kind of wish she had more. Because her design is also really cool. Also the flag as well, that she uses as a weapon. Yes, it is, yeah. It's really good, honestly. As memories of the past continues to emerge in her mind, Cronhill quickened her pace, leaping forward in the interweaving of moon and shadow. Ah, so annoying. I'm forced to work for nothing again, and I can't even satisfy my last bit of curiosity. This is when Tiara asked what was going on, and she basically just closed the phone call right away without answering. So that's what it was, curiosity. Karen with the uniform. So there it is. Now you've seen. Actually, no, you haven't seen Lani yet, but she's. Oh, she doesn't appear here yet. But you'll see her later. I don't think it's this chapter though. Well, didn't Teacher Wu say that she would help you apply for credits? You could take one less general educational course, right? A woman who can't speak. Sorry, my couldn't speak there. A woman who always talks nonsense is not trustworthy. Lady Tiara will not be fooled by such a small favor. I'll fight to the end. Familiar dormitory. Familiar noise. Familiar environment. Arcrea listened to other people's voices but did not join in the discussion. Instead, here's the big lore bomb. She quietly looked at the paper in front of the book History of the Fall of the First Legion in front of her. Next to it, there was a piece of document paper that was cut from somewhere. Arcrea just quietly looked at the paper, which contained the intelligence records of a person. Alright, the other name that I said, I wasn't sure which accurate version it was. It's this one, so I'm gonna say the two names that... Wait, okay, I thought it accidentally skipped it, no. That I think it could be, and also I'm gonna check what GP says. Roin, okay. It might be Loin, yeah. Okay, so the two names, I'm not sure which one is more accurate, because I don't remember. I know someone else said it to me before, and it could not even, maybe not even be one of those two. So this could be inaccurate. But the two names I heard were Loin and Loi. So I'm gonna go with the first one because I feel like that's the one I heard more. I could be wrong though, so big warning, this could be incorrect. Either way, with that said though, let's continue. Cronhill, originally named Loin Kleeman, born into the Kleeman family in Nice. In the 35th year of the Legion era, Lauren Kleeman of the Kleeman family switched from studying robots to studying human body modification and became a rising genius in the field. In the 40th year of the Legion era, on the eve of the fall of the First Legion, the Southern Legion secretly occupied the border of the First Legion and cooperated with Lauren Kleeman to launch a large-scale human transformation experiment in the name of the First Legion. They named the experiment area the Crimson Zone, and the experimental plan the God-created experiment. The experiments in the Crimson Zone are mainly based on human mechanization, aiming to create a life that perfectly combines human intelligence with machinery. Including Loin Kleeman, most of the Crimson why does it say Crimson? It's Kleeman family. Kleeman family and a large number of civilians in Nice were put into the Crimson Zone. In the following years, after the inhumane experiments, only one in 100 subjects survived. That's a percentage. And the survivors were transformed into inhuman appearances, with parts of their bodies turned into full mechanical tissue. Loin was one of them. In the records that have not yet been destroyed, her arm was transformed into a metal machine, so she gained the highly active Metal Stigmata ability. In the 42nd year of the Legion era, the secret of the Crimson Zone had alarmed many forces, including the Eastern Legion. It can no longer be covered up. In addition, the most ambitious goal of perfect life had never been achieved, so the hosts of the Southern Legion decided to bury this experiment along with its darkest secrets. In July of that year, the Southern Legion cut off the supply of materials to the Crimson Zone and sent a special Stigmata unit to sweep the Crimson Zone, intending to kill all surviving test subjects. Finally, the sweep was completed and the secret of the Southern Legion was successfully concealed. The Crimson Zone was destroyed as the remnants of the First Legion. However, during the sweep by a special Stigmata force, the remains of several people were not found. Among them was Loin Kleeman and a teenager of similar age whose identity was unknown. According to the records left behind in the Crimson Zone, this boy's mechanical transformation was extremely successful, even reaching the level of full body mechanization. He entered the Crimson Zone at the same time as Loin Kleeman. The two had a special relationship. He always regarded as Loin's protector in the Crimson Zone and helped Loin through many difficult times, but the boy's whereabouts are still unknown. Remnants. Aku! Karen approached her curiously. What are you looking at? Can you let me take a look too? It's nothing. It's just tomorrow's special menu. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the lore. I love how our Korea just drops the law right here. Wu Jingfei and Officer Wang move towards the location indicated by Cronhill, the signal. Loin Kleeman. Is this the pass of Cronhill? Sister Faye, you actually could dig up such a story like this. It's nothing great. The more you know, the more boring your life will be. Wu Jingfei said lazily. It was only after she used some of the power of the stigmata and used various clues that she was able to identify Cronhill as Loin Kleeman. For context, her stigmata has something kind of to do with intelligence, but we don't know much details beyond that, so they're kind of keeping Wu's stigmata in secret. But it's something to do with intelligence. Kind of like Laniette's in a way. Wait, let me read chat for a second. It was on Zero-chan, I see. There's a lot of fan art on Zero-chan. Probably one of the best places to find fan art. I would say the best one is probably Miyoshi, because there's a lot of fan art there. I think it was written as Loin in the Mirror's Weekly. I think it might have been that, yeah. I've heard like the two names, Loin and Loin, but I remember someone who knows Chinese told me the name, but I don't remember if it was one of the two, if it was Loin or if it was something else that I'm not remembering. But I kind of have like a deja vu feeling, so it might be that. I'm not 100% sure though, but it's likely Loin. Then the Mirror has wiki is relatively trustworthy. I mean, I honestly don't trust any wikis, but out of all the wikis, it's probably the most trustworthy because Max is part of it, and he's the one that's actually takes care of the website. Of course, it is a wiki, so I don't know. Maybe I just don't trust weeklies. I haven't looked too much into Mirror has, but I would probably trust that wiki the most out of all the other weeklies. Well, certainly more than Villains Wiki. That's actually a joke. It's actually so bad. Villains Wiki, that is. But yeah, it might be Loin. Thank you for the information, though, that his son Mirror has. You think Post-Gakuen will add more male playable characters in the future? I don't think we have any male playable characters, but I do hope they keep adding male characters. So yeah, hopefully that happens, and hopefully they don't kill them after a single chapter, like the what was his name? I forgot his name, but it's the person in Gakuen Prologue. Bro, he deserved better. Like, he watched everyone he cared for die, and he died shortly after. Bro, that was so cruel to him. The ones in Ishika's arc, bro, that was just wow. And I actually kind of liked him, to be honest. It was a Giga Chat. The ability of Metal Stigmata active memory is indeed useful, especially when it reacts to itself. The girl probably didn't expect that a lot of information had been leaked by her mechanical arm when they had that handshake. The relevant information of the Crimson Zone is confidential in the organization. If Cronhill's identity is reported, it may attract the attention of senior management of the organization. She may be even given a difficult task to find a way to recruit Cronhill as a member of the organization. I do wonder though, which organization are we talking about? Because it could be two of them. Well, Post-Gakuen or the other thing I'm not going to talk about because chapter 1. If you know, you know. If you don't know, well, we'll be reading chapter 1 and I don't want to spoil it, but if you want to put it in chat, the question, I can reply in chat, but not in on the stream. But yeah, so I'm kind of curious about that. So even just for this reason, Wu Jingfei would never report Cronhill's identity. I'm one line behind. That would be too troublesome. I love how lazy she is sometimes. Just when I was distracted, Officer Wang's voice sounded doubtful. But, Sister Faye, I still have a few questions. In this case, what is the reason for Cronhill to be the taker? It seems to have nothing to do with this case. Could it be that she has developed a second personality because of her miserable experience in her youth? You didn't get it, did you? Little Wang, after listening to me tell you so much, why don't you understand? Well, I love she's like not that intelligent, but she has the strength. Little Chrono's reasoning of rewriter, contraband, container, and taker can only be established on the premise that these people actually entered and exited Nagazora City. But since they did not actually leave Nagazora City, this chain of reasoning lost its most powerful support. In other words, Chrono's reasoning has been completely overturned, and it's naturally impossible for us to be a fictitious taker. She lied, basically, but to make up all that information to give her time. Then in that case, after Wang looked at Wu Jingfei and felt a headache, she had never wanted to upgrade her brain so much. She's like, I need brain cells, mine are dying. In that case, Chrono's motives in his actions become vague. In Chrono's reasoning, the taker possesses mental or mechanical stigmata and is the perpetrator of these cases. Therefore, she, who possesses the active memory of the stigmata of metal, is also highly suspicious, and her previous statements are even more questionable. However, if there is no taker and no transportation of prohibited items, she would be cleared of much suspicion. In this way, the action she took, whether it was the falsification of records in advance or the leap of reasoning later, the fundamental purpose was not to clear herself, but rather it seemed more like an effort to deepen her suspicion. Xiaowang, think back on the story I just told you. So who is the person who can make Chrono willing to pay so much? Sifei, you mean, could it be the boy that had been protecting Cronhill in the Crimson Zone but disappeared in the end? Right. A memory flashed through Wu Jingfei's mind. That was the information that flooded into her mind when the stigmata ability of active memory was activated. So that's not her memory. The red world. Sky. In this red world, no matter what kind of life it is, it's always painful. I really want to leave. I want to escape from here. Then I will definitely go find you. No matter if it takes a few days, a few months, or even a few years, a dozen of years, I will continue on the path to find you. No matter how long it takes. No matter what the cost, I will not hesitate. This was the boy talking, by the way, not the girl, which we now know as Cronhill, because well, it was the girl mentioned in the Crimson Zone. So this is the quote-unquote boy. I'm not gonna say more. You'll see. From the moment she received this memory, Wu Jingfei was certain that she had a general understanding of the entire picture of the case. A boy who fights to protect a girl, a boy whose whole body is integrated with machines, a boy who has become inhuman. When escaping from the Crimson Zone, it's not surprising that due to excessive killing, his heart changed and he became a monster with a desire for killing, right? And in order to cover up the existence of the boy, the girl who wanted to use herself as bait and take the blame alone, perhaps it also makes sense. But there are still some things that are hard to let go of. Wu Jingfei frowned slightly. The woman wearing a mask. This unexpected factor remains difficult to explain. But before she knew it, the positioning on Cronhill is already within reach. I think we'll get the answer soon. Let's keep going. I love how the familiar is here. Ignore the familiar in the back. For some reason, Femirine's familiar that I have equipped is actually on the stage. Bro, stop showing game CGs, okay? The familiar isn't canon, don't worry about it. It's kind of funny. It's ruining the immersion. Oh my god. Okay, try to ignore the familiar. I don't think the familiar was supposed to show up, but okay. I really like the Maid Cafe's boss in chapter 2. So handsome. Yeah, honestly, yes. Why is he so handsome? Like his outfit, his hair, the way just his face looks. Like why? Like I don't think they could make a character that it seems quite old, but he's like so handsome at the same time. And when I first saw his design, I was like, oh, I feel like this guy's gonna be evil or something, but he wasn't. Like, he was actually a handsome and a good guy, a Giga Chad. That was really cool. Because usually, you know, when male characters are kind of handsome, I don't know why, but they tend to be evil. That wasn't the case at all. It was a Giga Chad. Finally arrived here. Cronhill looked at the abandoned factory in front of her. The signals she felt had stopped, right inside the factory. It seems that person is not escaping anymore, but is here, waiting for her quietly. Wait, give me a second, hold on. Okay, I'm back. Cronhill lifted her head. After all these years, can we finally meet again? Why haven't you come to see me yet? However, just as she walked in front of the factory, several mechanical voices suddenly sounded at the door. Enemy invasion. Clean up. The robot with the red eyes kept approaching, causing Cronhill to breathe a sigh of relief. Is this what you wanted? In that case, I'll clear these obstacles and come to see you again. She didn't know whether it was regret or helplessness, but when her fists collided with those robots, all those memories emerged in Connell's mind. Memories. Oh, we gotta beat them first. Wait, let me machine translate. If we defeat the enemy boss, the robot should retreat. Cronhill, okay. When you really think about it, Cedric is basically famous. True. Yeah. And then we have Marilyn, who's a girl, but she nearly sounds like a boy. And we have Cedric on the opposite end, where she sounds like kind of like a girl, but it's a boy. And even Tottori confuse him for a girl, which makes it even more funnier. Femirines! I like the character way too much. I'm so glad that Femirines, or now we call her Yi, is relevant in this Gakuen arc. Because like a lot of people I know, like they want their favorite character to appear in Gakuen arc, and although a lot of things happen, my favorite character is Ish in Gakuen arc, because a lot of things happen. And I'm really happy for that, honestly. Especially when she's that important, because well, it's tied to one of the main cast. It's like we have the kind of like the confirmation that she'll probably keep appearing in the story, which I'm really happy for. Why are they not dying? Oh, yeah, we gotta beat the big ones. That's right. Okay. Oh, there's more. We're running out of turrets. Oh, we can just punch. We can just punch it to death. Hold on, who needs turrets these days? Oh, that is actually kind of funny. Wait, we punch the other one to death. Alright, the other one. There's another one. Punching gameplay. I love it. I didn't think it would actually do damage, but because it's the purple thing, it can kill them. Wait, actually, I don't know if it can kill them. Wait, actually, we might be in danger. Okay, trigger Kiana. Kiana, I need your help. I don't have ammo. Okay, thank God the Stitches is here. Okay, I could beat their shields, but not the enemies themselves. That was kind of funny the way we punched them. Okay, let's continue. Alright, memories time.
まるで RPG の中を冒険するみたいです。
Oh wait, never mind. I guess it's another combat stage. Okay, just combat then. At least for this one. I honestly think that Rita is still alive and working on Post-Gakuen. I don't know if Rita would reach to be old enough for that, but I'm sorry, I'm having, for some reason, trouble speaking too much. I don't know if it's because I've kind of been sick, but yeah. Alright, Rita. Wait, let me just, let's just pause and talk before I continue. My brain. I think Rita could be alive, but I don't know if she would be a target of Moonshade. I have my theory right now that whatever project Moonshade did might be behind like why a lot of the old cast, specifically at the moment U-String, Kyusho, Bronya, and Sirin, are kind of not that old. Like Kyusho, you could argue maybe because she's a Hersher, she doesn't age. Argue, like it's not confirmed, by the way. I'm not saying confirmed lore, I'm just saying like theoretically, like maybe. Wait, none of that was ever said as far as I know. But what about the others? It just really isn't explained. But the one thing all of those four characters have in common is they were probably targets of Project Moonshade. It was targeted at the Yonkai heroes. They were quote unquote exiled, said by Ishika. No idea where, no idea how, no idea who, literally zero clues. We need lore on that, please. And it was Kyusho and the rest of the Yonkai heroes that were targets, which makes me think like sure Rita could be kinda known, but she probably wouldn't be that well known, so that probably wasn't it. The other way would be reconstructive surgery, which we heard again, this kind of doesn't really apply to the characters. It didn't make sense for Kyusho or U-String or Sirin to go through reconstructive surgery because, well, they have stigmata, they're adaptable. I mean, two of them were even Urshers at some point, and Kyusho is still a Ursher. U-String was able to resist Honkai just fine. I don't think they would go through reconstructive surgery. It just doesn't make sense. So that's why I think Moonshade. But what about Rita? So that's why I'm kind of thinking like there's a possibility she's alive, but I'm not sure. But if she is alive, I think she would definitely work at Post-Gakuen. I don't know the full context because, well, I haven't read it. But I do know that Rita does work at the academy. Like I don't know if she's as a teacher or as, I don't know what she is, but it's basically like a staff position. It's not as a student in School AU. So I feel like she kind of fits the school role, to be honest. Plus she is kind of responsible, so it would make perfect sense. So if she is alive, theoretically, that's kind of like the most unlikely part for me that I think. She would definitely be in Post-Gakuen, like 100%. I don't think there would be any other organization that she would be at. Okay, memories. The red earth was shaking as never before. All the tribesmen lay on the ground nervously and fearfully, and no one dared to even look at the sky. The boy and the girl tensed their whole bodies. The boy speaking. Yeah, I might pause sometimes, because for some reason I'm having a hard time talking too fast, so too much, so yeah. So if you see me pause, that's why. But I'll keep reading, it just might be at a slower pace. The opportunity is finally here. Right now, let's rush out together. Trust me, grab my hand. Mm-hmm. That's the girl speaking. Honestly, I think the read is... Oh, wait, sorry, I already read that. Oh, there's more enemies. Okay. We might get more story in this stage. So let us try to preserve our ammo, because we did run out of ammo last time, so let's avoid that. I think we can collect the ammo boxes and we should be fine. Any more lore? Don't think so. We'll get next stage though. Alright. Yeah, we are definitely finishing today, to be honest. I was planning on doing this in 2 parts, considering the and to be honest, actually, it's kind of within the expectations that I thought how long it would be. It's just that I happen to really enjoy this chapter, and it's making rereading this chapter, because I've already read this. So typically, I probably wouldn't do a very long stream, because I do 1 hour, 2 hour streams very easily. But beyond that, it's typically only if I'm like enjoying like not just a bit, but like a lot. Like I get lost in time. And I looked at the stream timer now, it's 3 hours. Like what? It felt like what, 1 hour and a half, 2 hours. It didn't feel like 3 hours. So yeah, that's how much I like this chapter. And I've literally already reread some of the parts in this chapter. So like it's probably like rereading for the 2nd time, and I still like some of these parts so much. It's honestly one of my favorite chapters. Because I normally wouldn't stream for this long if it wasn't a new chapter. So yeah, that's kind of telling of how much I like this chapter. And we're about to get to the best part, so even better. Why are all the GC men so attractive? I mean, can't deny that too much. Especially the Gakuen art, except Tommy Reese, but I mean, we haven't seen what, at least I haven't, and if you have, please don't say it. Tommy Reese behind the mask. But the boss guy, the guy that was in the military in Gakuen Arc Prologue, I'm sorry, I forgot his name. I knew his name, but I forgot. I mean, Otto, especially in Legacy Arc Otto. Like, can't deny that, honestly. They look kind of handsome. There they are. Wu Jingfei and Officer Wang saw after the figure of the girl struggling among the robots. Before they even got close, they were horrified by the Yonkai energy contained in the robot. That's it. This is what I felt when I saw the dead body near the cafe. That's right, Sister Faye. It looks like the murderer is here. Oh wait, I thought that would do more damage. Oh wait, it's this guy that I got attacked. Thought we would actually do more damage. With all those buffs preset? Okay. Wait, wrong direction. Alright. Officer Wang and Wu Jingfei, sorry, quickly came to Cronhill's side. The power of Stigmata erupted and those robots were helpless and were completely wiped out in just a few minutes. The gate had been cleared. But Cronhill did not relax. Her eyes moved back and forth between the faces of Officer Wang and Wu Jingfei. Cronhill-san, those little tricks you used were really confusing. But unfortunately, they were broken in an instant. Because of Tiara, because she's a professional, damn it. She hacked through all of the systems very quickly. Is that so? Cronhill nodded bitterly, but there was also a sense of relief in her expression. The speed at which Mr. Wu cracked his link was much faster than I imagined. It seems the last bit of time I want to spend in farewell is ultimately just my wishful thinking. Farewell? Is it to say goodbye to that boy? The boy? Cronhill's eyes suddenly became strange. Faced with this look, not only After Wang but even Wu Jingfei frowned for a moment. Isn't that right, Cronhill? You were a survivor of the Crimson Zone. She was surprised probably that they knew this knowledge. That they have been tortured and transformed by Lauren Kleeman. But in the Crimson Zone, you were protected by a young boy whose entire body had been mechanized, which allowed you to survive until the Crimson Zone was breached. And now, that boy has gone crazy because of the serious injuries he suffered in the past. He's a murderer of the... Again, this is a theory. July 21st serial murder case, and you've done so many things just to cover up his whereabouts. Right? Let me check what JP actually says. Yeah. Well, we know. So this is Earth theory, because we know that wasn't 100% the case. So that's how it is. Cronhill laughed with relief. It seems that although you, Teacher Wu, arrived much earlier than I expected, you still misunderstood a few things. She turned around and walked towards the increasingly dark interior of the abandoned factory, and the two of them followed her footsteps involuntarily. Come with me. The girl walked into the depths of the abandoned factory, and right there, the figure of that person has been standing there, as if she had been waiting for a long time. That person stared at the three people who walked in front of the gate, but their eyes were always fixed on one of them. An extremely dull look. She didn't say until Cronhill stood before her. Say a word until. It's her. Even now, you won't say a word to me. Mother. No, mother? So this is Frown finally relaxed. I finally understood what went wrong in that. Wait, this translation feels kind of scuffed. Let me actually check what it says in GP. The wrinkles in her eyebrows have finally disappeared from Wu Jingfei's face, though Wu Jingfei's frown. It's because I was able to see where the problem was in my reasoning, and my unexplained questions were resolved. Okay, and then we can go back to interpreter stuff. However, Wu Jingfei didn't feel happy at all. What the Otherworld story in GC is weird, and I wish that it wasn't canon. I'm honestly not sure. I read The Otherworld recently. I even read it before I started reading Chloe's, because I was like, why is everyone talking about this? Like, I should actually read this. And even more after reading the rest of the early parts of Retro. From what I understand, didn't Kiana have that in a dream? She was sleeping because she ate her own food. That was kind of bad. So, it's canon, but I honestly feel like it might be weird, but it might not be like it might be based on a real thing in UGC. But I just don't know if that would happen like normally. I don't think they just go from world to world, because that was all in her dream. Like, maybe she could have experienced another world in her dream, but maybe it wasn't real. I don't know. I can't really explain if, unless the devs said it, like, yeah, she experienced another world in her dream while she was sleeping. She went to another world, like her consciousness or something, which I don't think they did, at least not in the story. I don't know if there's any dev post about it. I honestly can't tell if it's just, like, something they wanted to do because of the world line kind of like concept or not. But the devs did mention world line, like the term itself, after several times throughout early retro. And I'm not talking about the story itself, but also like in dev stuff. So maybe it is canon. But either way, yeah, it was during when Kiana was sleeping. Alright, let's continue. Oh, it's the end of the stage, okay. This is the penultimate stage. Sister Faye, do you understand? Mm-hmm. Do you really understand? Certainly. But I still don't understand it at all. From tonight till now, I first listened to Cronhill's reasoning and then listened to your reasoning based on Cronhill's reasoning. I thought everything was the truth, and after coming in, I would see the boy who protected Cronhill in the past. But the person who appeared in front of me turned out to be the masked woman. She was also Cronhill's mother. At this point, I can hardly tell who is who. Fully mechanized. That's all I'm gonna say. Something is odd. I love how it's actually like, the way it is that Officer Wong isn't that smart, but she has all the strength and like willpower for other stuff. Please stop. Reasoning is so annoying. Officer Wong, let me explain it to you. As Cronhill explained to Officer Wong, she kept her eyes on the masked woman's face, paying attention to any changes on her expression. However, there was no expression on the masked woman's face. She is my mother, Lauren Kleeman. The name from before? Lauren, I've heard this name before. Have you forgotten what I just told you? That the creator of the Crimson Zone experiment was Lauren Kleeman, who collaborated with the Southern Legion in conducting research that resulted in the deaths of many people? Oh, so that's how it is. That's how things are. I can understand it. What the hell? Isn't Lauren Kleeman the researcher at the Crimson Zone? Isn't Cronhill her daughter? So why did she put her daughter into such an horrible experimental area? And even performed human body modifications on her? It's impossible that he wanted to kill the entire Kleeman family in front of her daughter to simulate the strange blood in her body. Of course not. My mother did this to protect me. Cronhill still stared at the masked woman, her eyes not shifting away for even a second. But the expression of the masked woman was still very dull. Protection? Is this what you call protection? Yes. There's one thing that both Officer Wong and Teacher Wu got wrong. That is the beginning of everything. The mechanical modifications my mother made to my arm were not performed in the Crimson Zone, but before the establishment of the Crimson Zone. She had reasons to do so. I'm afraid there's something wrong with your arm. Yes. I've actually never looked up the name of this thing, so let me actually look it up. Cause I don't know what it means. I know kind of like what it is, but not the exact definition. And of course I cannot find a simple meaning of this instead of just some huge websites of medical stuff. Okay. I'm gonna just say it and then we'll try to figure it out, because I do want to know more about this. Yes, I was born with neurovascular atrophy in my arms, and it has only gotten worse as I've gotten older. Because of this, my mother started researching human body modification technology and replaced my hand with active metal robotic arms. This is why she went from researching robotics to researching human modification, as we learned before. So, cause and effect are reversed, and the way things were done changed drastically. That's right. Later, the Southern Legion secretly controlled these, and my mother was also under their control. The Legion was impressed by mother's research ability, and with the First Legion as a cover, they became unscrupulous and decided to implement the Crimson Limit, thus creating the Crimson Zone. If we disobeyed, not only my mother, but all members of the Kleeman family, including me, would be secretly executed by the Southern Legion. So my mother had no choice but to cooperate with them. Furthermore, if the higher-ups in the Southern Legion knew that I was their daughter, I would definitely be used as a tool to control my mother and take it to a place she couldn't reach. Therefore, my mother deliberately concealed the mother-daughter relationship between her and me and made me one of the subjects. At least in this way, I could still be taken care of under her nose. And later, I believe Teacher Wu and Officer Wang already know what happened. After saying this, I finally feel that things are much clearer. Didn't you say that you were in the Crimson Zone? There was a boy when you were in the Crimson Zone, there was a boy next to you. That boy was... I can probably guess what's going on. Hey, Sister Faye. I love how Wang's just confused. This is another misunderstanding and trick caused by the inversion. However, this time it's not the inversion of cause and effect, but cognition. I remember that before Lauren Kleeman studied body modifications, she was actually a genius in robotics. And that young boy entered the Crimson Zone at the same time as you, Cronhill, and disappeared without a trace at the same time. Unknown identity, unknown whereabouts, and appeared only to protect you, Cronhill. It's too hard to imagine such a coincidence. So that boy, maybe he was a robot that Lauren Kleeman specially made to protect her daughter. However, the real is the virtual is the real. In the end, he became a symbol of human mechanization, although in fact, he was never a human being. The full body mechanization that was mentioned earlier, he wasn't even a human. Like, ever. As expected of Mr. Wu, he overcame the obstacles I set without any hindrance. That boy was indeed a robot designed by my mother, specifically to accompany me. At that time, because the subjects in the Crimson Zone had all undergone varying degrees of transformation, even though his entire body was made of metal, there would be no doubt that it wasn't originally human. So they would think of him as a human. Every day, my mother would communicate with me continuously through the robot's ship, coaxing me to sleep, making me feel under her protection at all times. But in the end, he was destroyed by the artillery fire of the night sent by the Southern Legion. But I escaped by chance. After escaping from the Crimson Zone, I never met my mother again. Despite this, I firmly believed that I would meet her again on one day. Until recently, on the July 21st serial murder case appeared, I used the Onkai Energy Detection Instrument. Although the Onkai Energy data was not in the record library, I confirmed that it was my mother's Onkai Energy. Cronhill stared at the woman's figure. Two people stood facing each other. Wu Jingfei watched the scene silently, but her brain was still working rapidly. Questions about the past have largely been answered, but there are still some unclear points. The fragments of conversation obtained from the active memory emerged in Wu Jingfei's mind. She originally thought that a conversation in it was from Cronhill's past memories, but now it seems that the tone is completely different from that of conversation between a mother and daughter. So where does this memory come from? Also, Lauren Kleeman's Onkai Energy was found at the scene of the 21st July 21st serial murder case, and the robot wreckage outside also confirmed this. She must be the real murderer of the serial murder case. However, the reason why she did all this has not been revealed yet. Yeah, why Lauren did this. The thoughts flashed in my mind. Cronhill had been getting closer and closer to Lauren and reached out her hand to her. It was not until the July 21st serial murder case that I finally confirmed your existence. Mom, tell me why you have avoided me for so many years. Why did you commit so many murders? Is it because your heart has already broken down? But you still have me. Or a smile. Is it because of me that you embarked on the path of human body modification and were threatened by the Southern Legion? So whatever sins you have, I will bear them with you. The woman who had been staring at Cronhill blankly suddenly had her eyes that brightened up as if something had exploded in her pupils. Memory time. The red soil kept shaking. The world is turning upside down. The shackles that the gods have placed on this world seem to have reached their end. This is the boy talking. Let's go, now! The boy pulled the girl with all his strength and rushed towards a place above the dark red sky. As long as you pass through that layer of sky, you'll be in a free world. At this moment, a strong breath of destruction came. Both Wu Jingfei and Officer Wang opened their eyes at this moment. Wide at this moment. Everyone, including Cronhill, looked at Lauren's face, the mask that had never been removed. At this moment, the mask was finally taken off. However, the scene that appeared below made everyone fall into the strongest shock of their lives. Back to memory. It's that time! As long as I'm here, I will always protect you. There's a girl. Oh my god, this story though. The girl is Cronhill, by the way, and the boy, if it wasn't obvious, it's the robot created by Lauren, her mother. Yes, I believe you. The boy hugged the girl and used all his strength, and at that moment, he broke through the last boundary. We become free. At the moment when the boy and the girl jumped over the boundary, for the first time, the light beyond the boundary showed upon them unmistakably. It was the first time that my whole body was enveloped in air and light, a wonderful experience. However, what attracted the boy's attention more than the natural light and air were the machines with hands and feet and a huge head standing not far away. From their body movements, the boy could feel that these machines were staring at him intently and releasing strong emotions of shock. What is that? In an instant, the boy understood the meaning of his existence. Is this humanity? They are our creator. A god like us. A god to us. Suddenly the girl leaning against him, the boy suddenly... sorry, I forgot the but. Suddenly the girl leaning against him, the boy suddenly felt some courage. Doesn't matter because we're humans. We have exceeded the limits set for us by our creator. But well, we know what happened. The boy, aka the robot, because he wasn't even a human, got destroyed there. But Cronhill escaped. Alright, here we are. This cutscene. The silver light is flickering. Surrounding... Wait. Oh, I did skip one line accidentally. That was the line before this. Surrounding the woman, a silver white metallic liquid rose and fell like quicksand, just like breathing life. What is that? Boy, the girl, the memories I acquired through active memory turned out to be something like this. Yeah, let me just pause chat, read chat before we go into this, because it's gonna be the finale. I also think that making the Nikki X, they had a collab. Collab canon was the strangest decision. Wait, they had a collab? I had no idea. What? I know Fate's having one. I know like a few others, like Dragon Rope apparently had one. Of course, Onkai Impact, Onkai Cross, Madoka, though it didn't have a story, sadly. And the Zombieland collab, it was Girls Frontline, I think. Guns Girls Frontline. Sorry, I don't think that's the name of the game. Girls Frontline something. I forgot the name of the game. My bad. I don't play it. Did Nikki also have like the Nikki that people talk about, like the game that's quite well known for being a bit sus. I never played it, so I don't know. Was that a collab? I actually had no idea. And if that is a collab, I certainly haven't read it. Canon? Is it like in Reborn? Mother. Oh, I forgot. Since we are in a cutscene, you're not gonna see the names, of course. Wu Jingfei, Officer Wang, I believe. But let me actually machine translate this to be 100% sure. And the one on the bottom is Cronhill. Hopefully they're different enough so that you can actually see the names without me having to repeat it all the time. So I'm gonna avoid repeating that until there's a new name. Yeah, Officer Wang first, and then Wu Jingfei, and then Cronhill. Cronhill stared blankly at the silver liquid that tightly surrounded Lauren. Because she possessed the active metal of stigmata of metal, she could feel that very clearly. In these liquids, every drop, every thousandth of a drop, contained no less than tens of thousands of complex consciousnesses. The spirits of those conscious beings blend with each other, and are finally entangled. They regard each other as one family. presenting thinking characteristics that are very different from the human world. Here we go. And from the fluctuations of consciousness they transmitted, Cronhill felt curiosity, disgust, content, all kinds of emotions that were originally human. In the deepest, the desire and greed for food. The metal is like alive. It will explain later. Mother, is this why you have gone mad and fallen into sin? I'm not gonna laugh crazily, I can't voice that, so... This is Lauren Kleeman, the name. Crazy? Evil? No kidding. Why should I feel guilty about this? See, these are nano-liquid robots I created. They have individual independent consciousness and can form a society with each other. Can you imagine? There are even couples among them. This is a group of great lives that are no less than human civilization, and are even more capable than human civilization. I created them, although does it actually say tens of thousands of people in GP? Let me check. No, it's in retro? Oh, okay. I haven't read the retro events yet, so that's probably why. It's quite an old one then. It just says many people in GP. I'm gonna just go with many people because, as far as I know, it wasn't tens of thousands of people. There were, like, what, nearly 20? I think they said the number earlier this chapter in the serial murder case, but we're also counting the people in the experimental area. That wasn't fully your fault. So, probably a lot more, but probably not this many. Although many people have died because of me, the number of life conscious contained in any small drop of liquid far exceeds them. I am the god who created a new era. These are quotations, so something talking. Human, human. Attack, attack. Tear their flesh apart, plunder their energy. Their nerve impulses are our best nourishment. Although a lot of humans have been devoured, it's still far from enough. We need more, more. God, please help us. The active memory was forcibly opened, conveying Cronhill a noisy consciousness as vast as the ocean. The moment these thoughts flooded into his mind, Cronhill felt as if her brain was split in two, and blood seems to be pouring out of her nose. In the blurry corner of her vision, she saw a green figure fall down with a plop without any resistance, but Cronhill did not give up and still struggled to stand up straight because... Oh, I forgot to skip a few lines. I said... So we shared the sins together. Therefore we bear the pain together. Mother, I can feel it. Have you been bearing this kind of pain all this time? Cronhill stumbled and took a step towards Lauren. Reached out her hand. Lauren's pupils, which had been completely dilated due to madness, showed signs of shrinking because of this step. Daughter. Her eyes regained some clarity. But only for a moment. The next moment, a stronger consciousness overwhelmed the original Lauren personality. Lauren, teenager. Impossible. Even God can't help me go back. I already have someone I'm determined to protect. Lauren, tribe. Destroy them! Kill them! This world belongs to us. Strong impulses of consciousness also overwhelmed Cronhill at this moment. The step forward that was originally taken can no longer be taken. Is that all? Cronhill stared blankly at Lauren, whose face turned crazy again. Her body was shaking a little, and she seemed to be about to lose strength. At this moment, the silver metallic life surrounded Lauren burst into a strong light. The huge energy of Honkai dances along with it. Lauren, teen, there won't be a chance, because I also have something I want to protect. It's like multiple personalities, like several consciousnesses in it. The light was flickering, and in the face of such a strong light, it was impossible to open my eyes. Cronhill could only stand there stupidly, allowing powerful Honkai energy to move forward and forward, until it was about to swallow her up completely. Mother. Only one thought remained. But just when the light was about to engulf her, a hand reached out and blocked her way. Alas, a rough person like me cannot compare with you, Sister Faye, Cronhill. I just want to sigh when I encounter situations that require me to use my brain. Sometimes a rough person is more useful than a smart person. Because smart people tend to think too much and are easily taken advantage of by those noisy things. You're a person like me, when faced with those things that keep shouting about ruling the world and giving me a splitting headache with their noise, I only have one idea. Just one idea is enough. I want to win. You want to win? Do it after you step over my dead body. Blue light exploded at this moment. Immediately, a red light rose into the sky. Then the yellow light turned into a stream. Finally, the green light penetrated everything. Explosion sounds. At this moment, the four lights of blue, red, yellow, and green became indistinguishable from each other, intertwined, and finally turned into a sword of light. I really wish we had this animated, because her stigmata ability honestly looks so cool. I hope we get a CG of Wang, honestly, eventually, because she appears in several chapters already, with her actually using her stigmata ability. Because honestly, we need at least an image, like an official art with it. At this moment, veins bulged out on the back of Officer Wang's hand, and it was obvious that she had used a lot of strength. The sweat on her body was so thick that it didn't feel like sweat at all. It seemed to smell like blood, but her voice was full of joy. The ocean formed by countless consciousnesses all saw, with great horror, the sword of light that was slashing towards them at this moment. The huge consciousness network composed of tiny nano-robots felt the bone-chilling cold under the sword of light. Hey, do not forget, the weapon that kills you is called a Twilight Sword. Or the Sword of Dusk and Dawn, which is the same thing. This was the sound that Cronhill heard in her ears at the last moment before she fainted. Whether it was because of joy or coldness, Cronhill fell into a dreamless sleep. Oh man. Cronhill's story is really tragic. Yeah. Cronhill and Lauren as well, which you're gonna see in a bit. But I feel bad. Like, I can't even... Like, sure, Lauren did all that, but if you see her story, you're gonna feel bad for her. This is also why I really hope she appears in a future chapter, because she deserves better. Like, I want her to be happy, please. And I know she's kind of like a side character, but I'm hoping she kind of becomes like a side character like Totori, that sure, she doesn't appear in every chapter, but she still appears every now and then, and maybe one day, eventually she has like an arc focused on herself. I'm really hoping that's the case, because I really like Cronhill's character. And let's be real, she deserves happiness. Alas, Sister Faye, you're like this again. When you encounter an enemy that requires a lot of effort to deal with, you pretend to fall asleep and let me fight. As the saying goes, those who are capable must do more work. Little Wang, I'm training you, and with me on the front line, you don't have to worry about accidents. Oh great, listen. The one who, that was the thing that was mentioned earlier. The weapon that kills you is the Twilight Sword. Wasn't that very domineering? Stop talking, Sister Faye. This is too embarrassing. This is them talking, if you didn't notice. But this time the July 21st serial murder case can be finally closed. With this diary, it is equivalent to a murderer's confession. As her consciousness gradually returned, Cronhill heard the intermittent voices of two people talking, till she finally woke up. Teacher Wu, Officer Wang. She stared at the two of them in a daze. The two people's originally relaxed banter was instantly suppressed. Wu Jingfei met Cronhill's gaze and nodded to the side. Looking where she pointed, Cronhill saw a body lying on the ground. Despite her aching body, Cronhill walked over to the body. The woman finally took off her mask, even though the face beneath the mask was already full of cracks. She has passed away. Cronhill acted as if she didn't hear those words, and hugged Lauren tightly. The sunlight shone down, as if melting both mother and daughter into it. And now the next one. I'm kinda scared of this, honestly. I think this is where depression ends. Yeah, I also saw Lauren's story. I honestly sympathized with her. Yeah. I feel really bad for her. Alright, last stage. I know what this is. I've read this like 5 times and I've at least cried like 4 out of 5 of them because... Oh my god. Alright. I remember playing this for the first time and I thought, yeah, no, after that depression on the last stage, I need a break. And then I came back and was just like, at least the next one's probably gonna be fine. Like, I'm gonna be saying goodbye or something. And then this hits. And then like, oh, frick, it's here again. Alright, let's go. Clear. This is the diary. The guard sent by the Southern Legion are still monitoring me today. I have no way of meeting my daughter. I can only watch her with the robot's action chip and electronic eyes. Loin seems to have grown a little taller, but she's still so thin. I feel sorry for her. I always wonder, if I hadn't studied human body modification in the first place, would this situation not have happened? It is precisely because of the achievements of human body modification technology that I was favored by the Southern Legion and faced such a misfortune. And the area that I've been most involved in has always been the field of robotics. But when I think about my daughter having arms that can move freely, I don't regret it so much. Maybe this is the only thing that can comfort me now. After being forced to conduct experiments for a day, I can finally come back here and conduct my own research. But, can I research the thing that I've been dreaming of? The robotics field. Negative. 5 more human transformations were completed, 4 of which failed. I watched their bodies being sent to the crematorium. If it were me at the beginning, I would definitely lose my appetite and vomit for 3 days because of this. But now, I can accept this fact so calmly. I have to feel horrible for being so cruel. The new guard sent by the Southern Legion praised me for having the natural cold-blooded talent that top researchers need. Although I sneered in my heart, I was also a little confused. I controlled the robot and helped Cronhill resist the attacks of other test subjects. I finally returned to the laboratory. Now only this cold machine can calm me down. Partially cloudy. I feel like I'm becoming more and more divided. Although I can argue that the deaths of those test subjects were due to the oppression of the superiors in the Southern Legion, which forced me to do it, and I fully understand that the direct cause of these deaths is me. I'm a sinner. But no matter how hard I blame myself, my mood has become increasingly indifferent like a stone. The condemnation of my consciousness is increasingly unable to cause any fluctuations in my emotions. What will I become in the future? I feel vaguely afraid. The only thing worth being happy about is Loin. She's not so easily bullied anymore, and her body's getting stronger and stronger. I'm back in the lab. My research still hasn't made any progress, but I found a new direction. It seems worth a try. Clear. It's beyond my expectations. Things that seem so different can actually be connected together. I've successfully created biological Onkai energy nanofluid robots, but I need a place to hide them. I chose my own body without hesitation. Let him thrive deep inside my body. I'm looking forward to see whether they can develop their own consciousness. This was her field of interest in robotics. She only went to study human body modification because she wanted her daughter to have free-moving arms. Also, there are more and more guards sent by the Southern Legion. The atmosphere is a bit strange. I'm very worried about Loin's future. Negative. I guess what the superiors of the Southern Legion wanted to do, they wanted to destroy this experimental area and obliterate the evidence they left behind. Fortunately, I was alert enough and managed to escape from the experimental area, and even evaded the pursuit of the Onkai Knights. Although death is the most correct ending for me, I still have 2 things that worry me. One is Loin, and the other is the nano-robots inside my body. I controlled the young robot guarding Loin to escape from the experimental area, and it disintegrated before the team arrived. The cleanup team arrived. No evidence can be left. No one can know that I have anything to do with Cronhill. From now on, she has to live her own life. These nano-robots seem to be influenced by my bioelectricity and consciousness. They're also beginning to develop some simple intelligence. It's amazing. Rainy. It has been several years since the destruction of the experimental area. Today, I found an abandoned factory to take shelter from the rain. Nagazora City is nearby. I plan to use this as my base of operations. After escaping from the Crimson Zone, Loin successfully entered Post-Gakuen. But she should have changed her name. I don't know what her name is now. But it doesn't matter. There will always be a chance to meet her. Although I never thought of meeting her. At most, I just saw her from a distance. The nanorobots inside my body have been using the bioenergy and consciousness in my body as nutrients. They're constantly expanding their population. If you could see through my body, you would definitely find that my body is already covered with pieces of silver metallic liquid. Huh? Although I've been suffering from malnutrition and confusion recently because I have to feed the nanorobots, it's worth it. These nanorobots have cultivated a race with complex intelligence in my body, and even revered me as a god, forming a simple religion of the primitive period. It's amazing. Every time I go to sleep at night, I can hear them praying to me or talking to each other, just like when I took care of Loin that night before. I miss them a little. The potential of life and wisdom is so great that it can be demonstrated even in such tiny beings. Whenever I feel the colony of nanorobots in my body, I feel joy and awe for life. These tiny robots are the only driving force for me to move forward now. But I still have to find food for these nanorobots. After I stopped providing them with nutrition and bioelectricity they used as carriers of consciousness, a large number of nanorobots degenerated and became what their tribe calls unintelligent, only knowing how to simply wriggle. Clear. The consciousness of the nanorobots is becoming more and more complex. Sometimes I feel that I'm not facing a new intelligent machine created by me, but a civilization with an infinite future. Although it can feel a bit noisy sometimes, it's also pretty good. It's kind of similar to what happened in the Crimson Zone, except it was in her body, but yeah, it's the nanorobots. You could see that she was slowly falling to them, because it was running on her consciousness and everything. And not to mention the amount of consciousness that's literally inside her. Rainy. I found a way to maintain the existence of these nanorobot colonies. The nutrients they need are not simply energy supplies, but complex bioelectricity and bioenergy with human consciousness involved. But if we want to do this, we'd have to... Rainy. I can't do that. Absolutely not. Clear. There's nothing more to say. I have sinned once again. This time there is no excuse. The moment I regained consciousness, I vomited violently when I saw the corpse. She didn't even notice she was doing it. Even so, I have no reason to shirk my responsibility. If I want to face it head on, why don't I just turn myself in? Isn't it because I'm too cowardly? Perhaps everything was destined from the moment I was forced to lead the Crimson Limit experiment and didn't have the courage to fight to the death. But I still want to see Loin again. Clear. I have calmed down a lot recently. The nanorobots have been nourished by the bioelectricity of other humans' consciousnesses, and their complexity has risen to a new level. Even some with super high intelligence has been born among them. In their personal cognition, they even call each other boy and girl, and they develop the courage and vision to pursue freedom. What a wonderful creation this is. From the birth of life to the pursuit of freedom, it has only been a few years. They have already completed a journey that took hundreds of millions of years for humans. Where will they go next? I can't help but wonder. Recently, my thinking has become increasingly slow. I always feel sleepy. I want to see Loin. Rainy. I almost got caught. There was a woman with very scary aura. That was Wang. But I'm a god, so it doesn't matter. I just need to take care of my people. But there is also Loin. You can see how the people, like the nanorobots, have become more important now. She slowly went crazy with it. Etc. Who is Loin? Rainy. Today I saw a woman carrying several blades. Felt a terrifying aura. However, why is it so terrifying? Why does it terrify me? I am a god, I am 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 god. I'm not joking, this is what is written here. Wait, why would I write on this thing? She's slowly driven insane by all the nanorobots as well, inside her consciousness. And this part, you can see it's not even fully written because there's some gaps in the middle. The first one that says his loin, the second one that says his daughter, well, according to machine translation anyways, and the third one over here is outside. So this is not a complete sentence. And again, same thing, it's not the full sentence, most likely, but if you try to make this into a full sentence, it's I heard a voice, which is probably not accurate, because it's not a full sentence. The cool wind is blowing. Wu Jingfei handed the diary to Cronhill and watched the girl slowly flip through it. She sighed, turned around, and walked towards Officer Wang, who was watching from a distance. The copy has been submitted, although the content is somewhat shocking. There is not much risk now that those nanorobots have been completely destroyed by the light of the Twilight Sword. And no technical information is left. How is Cronhill now? I don't know either. Maybe it would be better to give her some space to be alone. I think so too. The two women left with their backs to each other, leaving only Cronhill alone at the scene. The girl stared silently at the hillside behind the abandoned factory, which was also where the woman was buried. Goodbye, mother. Yeah, you freaking bastards, you had to end it there. I hope we see Cronhill again in the future, yeah. I didn't want to say it earlier. The reason, I mean, aside from me liking her character, but the other reason why I wanted to see Cronhill, like very badly in a future chapter. They ended her story like this, like... She deserves happiness, and this is the last we saw of her. I mean, until now, because, I mean, we're only on chapter 2. I'm sure she'll appear later, but until now. Like, this is actually so messed up. Both her and Lauren, I feel bad for them. All right, let me get a tissue. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Honestly, it's one of my favorite chapters, and I really like Cronhill's story, but this was way too depressing. Are there any GGZ fan projects you're working on? I wouldn't really call them fan projects, but if you mean like videos about GGZ, I have one GMV that's coming out on a very specific day. I already have it done. It's already finished. It's gonna come out on the character's birthday. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want to say who it is or where it is. If you say any character speculations, I'm not gonna say it, but it's within the next 3-4 months. I don't want to say a specific day, so or a month, because then it would be kind of easy to guess. But yeah, that's the only thing. It's around 3 minutes long, GMV for a certain character. But that's all. I might try to. I don't know. I guess I first want to actually catch up to reading the stories. So rereading, because well, on the channel I've done chapter 2's first half, which is not here because it's on my CN account, which is gone, sadly, at least for now, at least suspended. But I've done that for the first time on the channel. So like that was the first thing we did. Actually, not the first thing GGZ related, but the first thing Gakuen arc related that we did on the channel. So that was an actual reaction. That was our first playthrough. It's on the channel. But because that was our first time doing this, all these chapters before it were, you know, not actually done on the stream. Which normally, if this was Honkai Impact 3rd, I would not care like a single thing. We're not rereading all of those because, well, anyone else can go to a single, like, random channels on YouTube and they will definitely find it. But it's GGZ. People are not gonna find it, sadly, because no one plays it on YouTube or Twitch or something. Well, not English people, anyways. CN people do play it on Bilibili, but I don't know Chinese, and probably neither most people. So, while I always recommend people to play the game, like, seriously, get the GP or CN. If you want to play in English, like in-game, you can always install the English patch. However, I am using the English patch, and as you see, it's not in English, because that's only the stuff that was in old chapters that existed before the old global shutdown, which starts all the way over here. For example, until Reborn 12, you can see it has English, and this is the old English translation. And if you go over to the old, oh my god, now I have to skip everything. Hold up. If you go over to the library, you can see the exact time when global stopped. Main story. Actually, it's not listed in main story. It's in story, I think. Then others. And you can see the exact time when global stop was in the post Reborn 12 chapters. Specifically, I believe in this. Yeah, I believe it's in Broken War Zone. The night, yeah, you can see here, it's no longer in English. So this is where global stopped. In the night before the breaking of the sky. Which was a pretty cool chapter, by the way. This is during the global Honkai arc. So yeah, anything in Gakuen arc isn't translated. Now, the other thing that's actually in English, and in fact, it's a better translation than the old English, can speak, translation is Reborn 15. Because, thank you, by the way, to Bun. He's the one who's done these fan translations. They're probably a lot more accurate than even old global, because old global was sometimes scuffed. So, you have the entirety of Reborn 15's first half translated. However, if you go over to the second half, yeah, actually, it is translated, but don't trust this, by the way. This is really bad. They added machine translation to Reborn 13 to 15. Do not trust, I forgot about that. I actually should probably say before anyone falls to this. Do not trust any translations on Reborn 15 after this. I would recommend you just play the original GP. Sadly, you can't disable that. The translation is like really bad. It's just better off reading on the interpreter. Read this on the interpreter if you want to play it on game on the side, which I guess in Reborn it's kind of optional, but it's still a good experience. Do it. Do they also add for this? They didn't. Okay, Reborn 14 is fine. But Reborn 13 I think is also machine translation. You can find a document, but the document isn't in game. So you'll have machine translation for R13. Ignore R13's machine translation, because it's a really bad machine translation. I don't know why it's so bad, but yeah, I don't recommend that. But yeah, basically, play the game, and for Gakuen arc, after this, go to the GGC Custom Interpreter website, which is ggc.mmarleys. I'm gonna post it in chat, hold up. And that is what I recommend, to read the game yourself. But yeah, we're gonna still be rereading chapter 1 for that reason. Sorry, I went on a bit of a long tangent. But yeah, the plan is, because not a lot of people play this, and because especially the gameplay, if you don't have the game on the interpreter, you can't really, you can, but it's really bad, honestly, because you don't have the game cutscenes, you don't have the images, you don't have some dialogues. It's a really bad experience in my opinion. That's why I'm trying to do this for the old chapters as well. 0, 1 and this arc as well. And yeah, that's basically the plan. From here on out, after chapter 1, I'm probably not going to be doing the other 2 side stories, but of course you can read it in game. But after that, so there's a second tennis event. I'm probably not going to reread the tennis event, like the normal side story, because I've already read that. I honestly don't think anything too special happens there, as far as I remember. But the second tennis event, which is an event, not the side story, but it's canon to main story, I'm going to read that because I haven't read that. At the time I was kind of busy, and the event lasted for like, what, 7 days? And I only read the beginning, and then I stopped reading, and then I didn't get back to it, so the event ended. So I'm gonna reread that, and then after that, it's chapter 2 second half onwards. So those will be actual reactions, not rereadings. But yeah, that's the plan for Gakuen arc. Let me read chat. I think I know who it is. Wait, which one? The character? Honestly, if anyone here has been on this channel recently, and by recently I mean like in the last few months, and has heard me talk quite a bit, you probably know, to be honest. I'm currently writing a GGZ alternate universe and drawing scenes of a set IU. That's interesting. I'm a painter. I really want to do a portrait of Maria Shariak. That sounds really cool. Do you have a link for it, by the way? Is it public? If it is, I'd like to read it if that's alright. Not now, but like later. If you have a link, so I could read later, if you don't mind. If it's not public though, don't worry, of course. But either way, I hope you have fun doing it. Oh wait, we gotta do something. And by do something, I mean it's not really much. But we got the event announcements today, right? For GP, it's Thursday. It's midday, so it's actually been out for 2 hours. And I didn't look on Twitter. Actually, I did look on Twitter, but not on the announcements since then. So we got something to do, and I'm actually gonna switch tabs. I should probably go to, yeah, click here just in case, because I don't want to accidentally leak someone's post or something. And now, okay, hold up. Alright, here we are on Twitter. And is it that? I think it is. That should be. Yeah, it's introducing the new skin. This was released during the Babylon Academy story. I've already done this, by the way. It's a good story, like relatively good, but I'm not gonna read this for one reason. And if you've read this story, you probably know why. It's a bit questionable. Let's just say that. Specifically, the pink-haired girl is a bit questionable. So I'm not gonna read that on stream. Heck no, I'm not reading those lines out loud. But yeah, I've already read this, by the way, on CN when I still had my account. Sadly, I can't read Chloe's and Kaguya's yet because I lost my accounts in very close to 11.1. So I still haven't read the stories afterwards, after 11.1, which includes the 11.21. Okay, is there anything else? Oh, it's this character. But is she gonna come out? I kind of wanted to pull for her, but I don't have 100 pulls. I don't think I'm gonna do that. That would be extremely dangerous. Because if I spend like 70 pulls on it or something, then I don't get her. It would be 70 pulls wasted. So I think I'm gonna pull her on a rerun of her. Fran familiar. Okay, we got a lot of stuff here. What the heck? There's a gacha banner probably. I gotta actually open this. Yeah, that event was absolutely crazy. Yeah, it was a bit questionable, a bit crazy. Let's just say that. Okay, despite the facts it was kind of questionable, I did like one thing though. That's the fact that despite being questionable, it still managed to have like really good topics like to talk about, like friendships, the fact that you be yourself, and you know whoever aligns with you, they're gonna align with you, and whoever doesn't align with you and doesn't respect you, you shouldn't really care too much about that. Like, it's your life. If those right people for you are gonna be like, you know, I'm not gonna get into this talk, but you get what I mean. And that's really in the event, depicted in the event, as well as other things. You know, specifically like shy people and people who overthink a lot. I'm talking about the pink-haired girl. who overthink a lot, even though the situation wasn't even that bad, but they just overthink a lot, and they depict that in the event. So like it's a really good story, but it's a bit questionable. So I'm not reading that on stream. But if you want to read it, well, it's on GP now, or very soon. Okay, what is this? Is this it's probably a banner. But I would need 100 polls, right? Well, let me zoom this out and machine translate this whole thing. Right. So if you're wondering how I machine translate stuff, okay, it's a bit too zoomed out though. Between Friday, can exchange about pickup equipment. It's a princess prayer. You can also get Brawny here. I already have Brawny. It's on the 14th. That's tomorrow. So we're having 2 banners tomorrow. I believe this is the one where less the different polls, right? The purple one, maybe? Oh, that's the stats. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna pull for this. I'm gonna pull for a rerun, but right now it's too dangerous. If I don't get her, it will be wasted pulls. So I don't want to pull for something if I don't have 100 pulls of it. For it, I mean. Okay. Now, I believe I know what the rewards is. There should be a CG, a loading screen that you can unlock. Yeah, there's a paid one. I kind of want to get the paid one because I don't think it'll come back. Yeah, this loading screen is for free. And this paid one, I think I have enough currency. I do make sure to try to keep currency in my Post-Gakuen 2 main account, the GP one. You never heard that? I would never whale. What the heck do you mean? So I closed the game. I can't really show you. Well, I think I have like 200 or something. So it's 144. I was kind of scared if it was higher, but no, it's 144. So I'm safe. I don't know what you mean. I'd never whale for anything. I had no idea what you're talking about. Anyways, so this is paid, and we also get 1,400 crystals. So I'm always glad to have those because I need to save. And this is the free one. This badge right here, I believe, is the free skin that you can unlock if you complete all the tasks. That's for the red-haired girl. So you can get her for free. While Timid, the skin alongside her weapon, which I think is meta for something, is a paid like a gacha character. So you're gonna have to pull for her. And I think it's just voice actors announcements. Yeah. High school girl who attends Babylon Academy and loves the 2D world. Yeah, a bit too much, maybe. Oh my god. Okay. And red there. Okay. I think that's all for this. Yeah, I see that's all, but that's actually quite a lot for this week. Because we're having 2 banners as well. Plus the one that's already been announced yesterday. Sorry. My voice. Which is, I don't think it's that good. Either way, it doesn't have a character or a skin, so I don't really care if there's any meta in it. Alright, let me get back to the screen here, and I think we're gonna end off the stream. Let me just put the screen back. I've actually read the Kaguya and Chloe story. I just heard it was really good from someone, so I'm kind of excited. Anything but all I will say is that it was absolutely beautiful. Glad to hear that. And I really like Chloe and Kaguya's design, especially Chloe. Plus, I did like Chloe's story in retro. I haven't yet read Kaguya's story in retro, because Chloe appears first. So I'm kind of excited, honestly. I think I'm gonna do chapter 2's second half first when I either get my CN account back after July, because I'm not gonna try to do that before Dawn Trail, because then even if I get my account back, which I don't know, it doesn't sound too likely, I might have to make a new account. Yeah, I wouldn't have really time to do chapter 2, which I'd probably take several streams at my pace, and I really want to focus on Dawn Trail for the first week or two of its release. If you don't know what Dawn Trail is, it's an expansion coming out from Final Fantasy XIV. I do gotta warn, after the 29th of June, I am gonna be streaming F14 main story, as I've done before. But the only difference is, instead of being once like every 4 months, it's gonna be like an entire week of streaming that. Probably. I don't know. It's like, what, 20 hours long? Maybe it's not an entire week, but like at least 3 days. Probably. I don't know how long an expansion takes, like alone, because I've played the game as a whole. when I first started, like all the way from Hero Reborn to Endwalkers. I'm not sure, but yeah. But even after those streams, for the first week or two, because I'm gonna be doing side missions and stuff, you probably won't see me stream as much other stuff. There will be a video, like on the week after. I'm not gonna say what the video is, but in fact, maybe you already have speculation based on what I said earlier. But yeah, no streams probably for the first week or two. I hope that's alright, but don't worry. After my Dawn Trail phase is over, we will be back to streaming it, and I'll also try to get my CN account back. If that doesn't work, I could try to get a new phone number at the end of August when I get my salary. So let's see how that goes. But yeah. Alright, thank you all for watching though. I'll see y'all in the next one. We will be finishing chapter 1 before Dawn Trail. I believe we also get is it Onkai chapter next week? Onkai Impact? I think it was like around the 20th, so that might also be before Dawn Trail, at least the first few acts. So that's gonna be first as well. But yeah. Alright, I'll see you next time. Thank you for coming. Maria Shariak. Was fun talking. And peace.